everyone, and welcome to episode 119 of ThROH The Years, the podcast that reviews Ring of Honor show by show from the beginning. My name is Trevor Dame, joined as always, by the co-host with the most, Matt Forsley. There will be no take two, Matt.
The most what? What do I have the most of?
Joie de vivre. But this is a special episode for a couple reasons. First off, we're covering, obviously, one of the bigger, more well-received, well-beloved Ring of Honor shows in history, but also we have a first-time guest. You might know them from, they've written on too many websites to mention. You pick a website that has writing about wrestling, he's probably written on it.
And if you start a podcast with the words well-beloved, you know this is the guest that we're going to have.
And you might also know them from their podcast they're one half of, along with Chris Zellner, Between the Sheets, which has its own Patreon. I'm sure Bix will tell you about it later. Ooh, I've given away the guest. David Bixenspan, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to talk about this show. And I demanded that I do this episode. So, especially last year, I think I wanted to ping you about doing Joe Kabashi, and then I just totally forgot. So I was like, okay, I can't forget this one.
Only the biggest for Vix. Gotta have the top one. The very choosy, gotta have the very...
Well, both the shows I was at.
Yeah, I know. I will just say we often do plugs at the end of the show, but I do want to say for people right off the top, I mean, I imagine there's probably a lot of audience crossover between our shows, but for those who have not listened to Between the Sheets before, I know it can be like a little intimidating in the sense of it's a big, meaty, giant weekly podcast that covers everything in wrestling, although it's really easy to listen to because you timestamp every company, so you can just pick, and every episode's a different year, so you can pick. It's very much a show that's great for just picking what's in your wheelhouse, what you are in the mood for. But I want to go out of my way to, if you're a ThROH The Years listener and you've never listened to Between the Sheets before, episode 278 with Lenny Leonard, I think, is a great way to ease a Ring of Honor fan of this era in, because that's an episode you guys did with Lenny Leonard covering Man Up, one of the early Ring of Honor pay-per-views in 2007. And it opens the show. You guys talk for I think a good 2 hours about Ring of Honor and that show. It's a very fun, breezy conversation. Lots of great anecdotes from Lenny about Ring of Honor and pay-per-view. And, he does a impression of Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog, talking to Morishima. So if you listen to that and you don't like that, I mean, I don't see how you can. If you're a fan of this show, I think you're going to have a blast listening to that. I think that's a great way to ease you in.
Yeah, I think that's a good recommendation. On the Patreon, we did do the show. We did, over a year and a half ago now, we did a show about the origins of Ring of Honor, basically from, ECW shutting down through the first show that people who listen to this might like. So that's on the Patreon, and there's other, modern episodes. Recently, we did, what was it, Best in the World 2010 was the week we did, where we had Colby Carino on?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're a Ring of Honor fan, you guys have had a real murderer's row of the greatest announcers. You've had Lenny Leonard on multiple times. You've had Dave Prazak on a ton of times, one of your favorite guests. You've had Ian Riccoboni on, You're just really missing Chris Levy. I mean, waiting with bated breath for when he'll be on the show.
No, Jared David.
Kevin Kelly, of course, gotta be on eventually.
Wait. Have you had Donnie B on?
I think I'm Facebook friends with him, but no.
Well, that's great to hear that he's still out there doing what he's doing.
But I guess that'll bring us to the show we're going to cover tonight, which is a show both of you attended live. Glory by Honor 5, Night 2, took place October 16th, 2006 at the Manhattan Center in New York City, New York, for a report crowd of 1,200 fans. We have some bunch of notes from the Observer. This was the rare show that Dave Meltzer of this era, watched and reviewed the entire show. And, well, he didn't review every segment, but this was the rare show where it was not just in the Ring of Honor section, weeks after when they got the tape to him, he was like, oh, I'm going to really give it its own little article. So we have lots of notes for him throughout the show.
There are a handful of shows throughout this era where Gabe clearly was nagging the shit out of him. You have to watch this show. Please review this show. You'll love this show. And Manhattan Mayhem was definitely one of them. And this was, I guess, the second one.
Yeah, they would rush him the tapes.
Yeah. Well, what's unique about this one though is that it's clear in a lot of those quick ROH reviews that he sent the raw footage. But
Yeah, that's always interesting.
he's appears to be watching the produced DVD, so they must have gotten that one done really fast. Because he's talking about the promos, that all made it on the DVD. So...
Well, I don't remember the turnaround time on all these DVDs, but it must have been probably quick because generally they booked it during this period, like the big show around here in mid-September, because they want to have that show ready for like the holiday season. So this is what I imagine was sometimes, if I remember correctly, like Ring of Honor sometimes on the big DVDs would like skip the order where they would be like, we're going to produce this more than like 2 or 3 shows that just came before it because this one we know is the one that's going to sell huge for, a big holiday season. It's got to be out right now. So yeah, I would not be surprised if they didn't just rush like complete production on this.
I am not 100% positive, but I am pretty sure that I bought the DVD of this show when I went to the show at the very beginning of November in Philadelphia, which would have been like 6 weeks later. And that is fast for an ROH DVD.
Yeah. For that Ring of Honor, definitely. So, so we'll go to the Observer first, which he wrote at the time. Dave Meltzer. They're pushing for a big weekend on September 15th in East Windsor, Connecticut, and the September 16th debut at the Manhattan Center, an 1,100-seat building that was the original home for Raw in the mid-90s. To show how much things have changed, when WWE ran that building, they used to paper it, and even with paper, they couldn't fill it up. And now they go on the road with Raw and play to big houses most Mondays. So yeah, this was, that was obviously the big deal, the idea of, Manhattan Center, the idea of also we're not going to the New Yorker hotel where we can't like satisfy demand and everyone's cramped up against the ring. We'll get to in the promo right at the start of the show. They're playing off the idea that, hey, this is almost literally in the shadow of Madison Square Garden,
Vic,
so
Bix,
a lot
did
of,
you, Bix, did you ever go to Rob? Did you ever go to Raw, Bix, when it was at the Manhattan Center?
No, I mean, I was 8 years old, so no. But we should note, though, the New Yorker Hotel is literally on the corner of the block that the Manhattan Center is on.
Yeah, it's
the New Yorker Hotel is closer to the Garden than the Manhattan Center.
Because it's funny because I don't recall them ever doing they might have mentioned something about its proximity to MSG, but I don't think they ever did a promo like we'll get to at the start of the show where they're really, working that connection where you literally see Bryan Danielson walk basically from in view of MSG to the Manhattan Center just to really emphasize like, look how close it is to MSG.
And if they tilted that camera on Danielson's walk a little bit, like they moved to the right, you would see the New Yorker Hotel. Like it was like literally adjacent. Yeah.
So now we go to the Pro Wrestling Torch. Regarding Wade or maybe Sean Radican, you never know with those wacky people of the Torch. They wrote regarding ROH's Manhattan event on September 16th. ROH Booker Gabe Sapolsky has been looking at the show as a destination point for a big ROH event since announcing ROH would be debuting at the Manhattan Center earlier this year. Quote, ever since we landed the Manhattan Center, this event became the number one priority since Sapolsky. And I think that's something we'll get to throughout the show where this, one thing indies and even ROH had trouble sometimes is making one show feel like bigger than others unless it was like WrestleMania weekend. And this really is a show. They do a lot of different things to really make this feel like we had this circled on the calendar for a long time. It's really important to us. And going back to the Observer, we get some stuff about the Noah connection, which obviously played huge into the show, which we'll also get to. Dave wrote, relations with Pro Wrestling Noah got a lot stronger of late. Noah actually put a poster for the New York show in its September 9th Budokan Hall program, and they play up the association on television. The Japanese have always been into the idea of their guys becoming stars in the U.S., and usually it was the deal like Inoki, Baba, Jumbo Tsuruta, or Tatsumi Fujinami would come, and they'd be played up big and pushed in the magazines as big, but they really weren't big in the U.S. Baba bought Tsuruta the AWA title for that reason, although Tsuruta was never really over as a champion in the U.S. But in Japan, they could portray him as a guy who made it in the U.S. Very few of the Japanese ever truly made it as stars in the U.S. Baba was as a freak, and Great Muta was a national star in 1989 in WCW. Masa Saito, Great Kabuki, and Hiro Matsuda were genuine stars, but the list is short. Japanese generally played stereotypical roles in the U.S., often used in salt-throwing tag teams. But now they have a promotion where their guys can be stars in America, quote-unquote. And not only that, they can headline and are over with the audience like real stars. For example, on the September 3rd Noah television show, they had KENTA's match from several weeks back in Edison, New Jersey against Davey Richards. It was edited, but it was clear it was an outstanding match. Kenta came off like he was a superstar in the U.S., and people were exposed to Richards, so they'll know who he is if he's booked on a tour. Next year, more ROH guys will be going to Japan. There's a lot of talk of sending Danielson with a storyline that he holds singles matches over both Kenta and Naomichi Marufuji. Of course, Danielson would be on a tour of Noah before the year ended, even with his severe shoulder injury. I thought this was interesting. Both it kind of shows the growing relationship between Noah and ROH at this time, where they're really getting deep into bed with each other. But also, it's like definitely like a transition moment for wrestling, where it was having a Japanese wrestler like even go to a place the size of ROH and getting really over was still like a novelty to even like Dave Meltzer, where like he wrote that whole thing where, you know, just a decade later, it would become almost old hat, you know, but we were still in this kind of transitional age where it's like still a novelty, like a promotion in the US of like somewhat renowned in size is paying these guys respect, and it's, you know, drawing a group of fans to see them. You know, we're not far removed from the, you know, Joe versus Kobashi, where Kenta Kobashi famously thought no one was going to know who he was, and he'd have to play like a stereotypical evil foreign heel. So,
although Trevor, we both, I think, decided we don't actually totally believe that story. But yes.
Okay. I was about to bring that up.
Yes.
Is the reason neither of you entirely believe that story because of Kobashi telling the Japanese media he wanted to have the perfect match with Joe?
That's part of it. I think the other part of it is that he was in the building beforehand, like the idea that he walked out and was shocked at the reaction that he got when they were chanting for Kobashi all night from the beginning. Like, he was there. Like, it's not
they
like
chanted his name when they brought out the stairs that the students had to make because his knees were so bad.
Yeah. Like,
because the fans knew, oh, it's Kobashi with his famously bad knees. It's time for the main event. Those stairs have to be for him.
Yeah. So that's part of it. And yeah, the perfect match thing. Like, I think I even said it on the show. Like, in Kobashi's mind, does the perfect match involve him being sneaky and throwing salt, which is what like Joe implied with Kobashi thought he was going to have to do to prove himself to the American audience. I just don't totally buy that he was that ignorant of his status and the audience he was playing for.
He didn't work like Mr. Fuji a week earlier against Wild Wade Chisholm either in WLW.
Yeah,
so exactly. In fairness, though, to Joe, I think there's some truth to it, because you watch that entrance and you could tell Kobashi is genuinely shocked by the level of reaction he's getting.
Yes. And I think listen, I was shocked, even though I knew the crowd loved Kobashi, just because I don't remember like being in a building where almost anyone got that kind of reaction. Like, it was like some sort of deity walked into the room. So, I mean, that was just unbelievable no matter who you are.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said before, it's the closest thing I've ever come to of as far as a pro wrestling show feeling like a religious experience.
Yeah, totally agree.
And it wouldn't be the first time. Again, this is an era where I feel like a lot of people were still shocked that people would know them and respect them, whether it be veterans or Japanese stars. I mean, we'll get to someone on this show who I think is a bit surprised at just how beloved they are. And, you know, speaking of, again, like, this wouldn't even have been the first time a Japanese star was kind of shocked by their reaction in Ring of Honor, because Joe famously tells the story of when Kaiji Muto and all the All Japan guys came for Final Battle 2003. I mean, there's that famous story. I think Samoa Joe's the guy who tells it, where he could see Muto go backstage and he sees like the crowd before the show, and then he tells like one of the young boys to like go back to the bus and get the good gear, like basically telling them, you know, we thought this was going to be a vacation night, we're going to have to actually put, and apparently then he went and like told, you know, the rest of the guys, like, we're going to have to work harder than we were expecting tonight. Like, this is a bigger show, more, you know, these people know who we are. And
from that moment on, like, none of the big Japanese stars that came in really ever treated ROH like it was a vacation night. At least not for a long time after this.
Right, and that's really what the big change, like, long term was with the Noah and Dragon Gate relationships, was that you knew these guys were not coming in thinking they were getting a working vacation match.
Yeah. I would argue that like years later when New Japan started wrestling, on ROH shows, like some like in the 2010s, like when you saw an Okada match in ROH, I wouldn't exactly say that he was taking like the night off, but he also wasn't being full Okada in those shows. Whereas
he was working his like house show singles match.
Exactly. Whereas Kenta, Kobashi too, but Marufuji and the Dragon Gate guys, like they were trying to have truly excellent matches. And so that's something that I guess did change a little bit as the years went on.
And going to the Observer, speaking of some of the Japanese stars attending, Dave wrote in the Observer, Takeshi Rikio, Takeshi Morishima, Takashi Sugiura, and Mohamed Yone will all be at the show, but none are scheduled to wrestle. They'll just be doing autographs as none have a working U.S. visa. Rikio and Morishima had one last year, but it has expired, and Noah doesn't allow its wrestlers to work in the U.S. illegally. In actuality, Sapolsky is a huge fan of Morishima. And then the Torch would add, ROH manager is high on Morishima and will likely make an attempt to bring him into ROH once he is legally cleared to work in the U.S. Matt, we always do a thing. We used to do like different counters on the show, Bix, like we did the famous, we only did one, but we talked about sometimes, we could have done this counter if we knew this thing would have popped up over and over again. So we famously did the counter of the man-on-woman violence streak, where every show in Ring of Honor's history for like the first year and a half had some instance of man-on-woman violence. We got like very deep before we missed one. But this is like a streak, like the number of times the Torch or the Observer has mentioned like Ring of Honor is really high on Morishima, big plans for Morishima, months and months before he even comes in. Like Gabe was clearly just gushing and seeding this. Like we would probably be up to probably like 7 mentions probably at this point.
I remember in 2006, like Meltzer also was just like really obsessed with Morishima. He'd always bring him up. He'd always talk about how he reminded him of Terry Gordy. And like even before I really saw much of him, he was super hyped. And I'm sure Gabe was exposed to that too, which probably helped get him on the Morishima train pretty early.
And this was basically the week that was the Ring of Honor introduction to them. And Bix, I know you said something that like there was maybe a possible match with Sugiura Yone, like there was a story. I couldn't find anything in the research. I will say it sounds like the stuff about the travel visa, them taking that seriously, was true, because I was doing some research listening to our friends at the An Honorable Mention podcast before the show today, and they did a whole episode covering this, and Shane Hagedorn had a very funny line where he was basically like, yeah, Noah took the working visa seriously, unlike some other promotion we worked with, where it's basically like for years and years after this. So basically, yeah, Dragon Gate apparently maybe not minding their legal P's and Q's as much as Pro Wrestling Noah was. But
I don't know if that's necessarily it, though. I mean, if that could also maybe explain why we've had the repeated issues with Dragon Gate wrestlers having trouble with getting visas. But at least from what I heard going into that New York City Mania weekend 4 years ago, when the Dragon Gate guys had to be pulled, was that, and remember, it seems like the immigration people have gotten a bit more relaxed about what they'll allow for pro wrestlers to get work visas the last year or two. So remember that 4 years ago was a much different world.
Mm-hmm.
Was the way it was explained to me was that, at the time, the inspectors were putting a lot of priority on, like, owning property and stuff. And since, Japan is a very, like, renter-heavy environment, that was an issue. Like, that was what I at least heard then. So, but still, like, there was that. There was the thing in 2014 where all of a sudden Dragon Gate USA couldn't have any Dragon Gate wrestlers for Mania weekend. And I'm not convinced there was even still really a relationship at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows? Because Dragon Gate has clearly had more issues with that than other promotions in terms of getting their wrestlers U.S. work visas. So who knows? But, it doesn't surprise me regardless, especially it's a newer, smaller company, that they weren't getting the guys work visas. So now as far as Yone and Sugiura, I remember someone in the last several months posting like an early poster or something for this show that had a Yone and Sugiura tag.
Huh.
And,
That would have been
and
interesting.
that did jog my memory that that did seem familiar that they had briefly been advertised as being in a match on this show.
So, we'll get to the show now in a second, but we have one last note. I'm trying to, so much stuff up top for just setting up the show, but we have, lots of Dave Meltzer things. I thought we'll have thoughts from him because he, again, one of the rare shows he really went to more depth with. So we'll thread that through the appropriate matches. But you have one thing that kind of, I think, sets the stage for what he thought of the show and some pretty high glowing praise from him. So again, from his official Observer review, once he got the DVD, Dave wrote, "It's funny when you talk about a best show ever when it comes to Ring of Honor, as a lot of people called the September 16th show at the Manhattan Center. ROH has a niche audience that goes to see great matches, and the wrestlers work a very physical style, reminiscent of Pro Wrestling Noah. Every show is filled with good matches, and many shows have great matches. Of course, the show was really good. Most shows are, and this was a cut above. As far as comparisons with other great shows, they have put on shows with more good matches, but I don't know if they've ever played before a better crowd. From the Davey Richards versus Jack Evans opener, the most obvious thing to me was not the work of the wrestlers, but the reaction of the crowd. This was one of the greatest crowds I've ever seen at a pro wrestling show. They had the reaction of first time in the market freshness, even though that wasn't the case, but the sophistication to understand more than just the easy visuals. When Bill Watts saw ROH earlier this year in Chicago, he didn't necessarily understand all the risks the guys put themselves in when doing their moves, or all the small guys playing pro wrestler, but he did say it was the best wrestling crowd he'd ever seen in his life. I saw that Chicago show, and that show was great, but this crowd was better. So, considering all the wrestling Dave had watched, pretty glowing praise to say that this is one of the greatest crowds he had ever seen in his entire life.
So Trevor, I don't know about you. I mean, maybe we should probably save this conversation till the end, but I have thoughts on that assessment. Like, having done this show for a while, I have some thoughts, but I guess we should save it, huh?
Yeah, and every time they mention Bill Watts, like, maybe Bill Watts really felt that way, but Bill Watts was also the guy who answered a cell phone call during his promo the night he was in the so, I mean, I don't know.
He also talked so quietly in that promo that, like, no one could hear him, including us.
Yeah, and tried to leave the ring before the segment was over. So,
okay, so I can confirm, by the way, that even as of several years later, Bill Watts answers his cell phone no matter what he is doing when the call comes in. So this is probably 2016 or 2017. I'm doing an article about the UWF expansion and stuff for Fighting Spirit magazine, and I talked to Jim Ross, and JR gives me Bill's cell number, and I call. He immediately picks up. He's like, "Who is this? I'm in a meeting." And I'm like, "Oh, Jim Ross gave me your number. I'm doing an article." He's like, I'll get back to you later." I messaged JR.
Very Bill Watts response.
I messaged JR, and he's like, "I apologize. I should have told you to text him first. It's Bill. He's always the alpha."
Bill Watts texting. That's something that I'll be thinking about later. But we opened the show finally with Bryan Danielson outside on the streets of New York in another classic ROH promo where they didn't white balance the camera. So this whole thing is obscenely blue tinted. I just love the idea that there have been so many of these shows where these are the kind of tentpole shows where you're like, oh, everyone's saying, this is the show you give to a fan that's never seen Ring of Honor before. And this would literally be the first thing they see. But,
although, you know what though? I did notice, and and at this point, they're still using the students to do the camera work, right?
Yeah.
I thought the camera work was actually really good.
It was not just the students. I know there's another guy too, but I think on the honorable mention podcast they mentioned, wasn't the guy's name Jimmy, right? Don't they say sometimes that he has the camera? I don't know who that is, but so there's the students and a couple other people, or at least one other person.
I just know Hagedorn was no longer doing camera work, and he if you listen to their show, he always bemoans the white balance more than we do. He just always going it's not that hard to white balance the camera, and just
and the thing is too, they tried. Every show in this era, I remember you would have Pelly or one of the other students come out with a white towel and hold it up to each camera.
Well, the white balance on the actual in arena shots is probably above average on this show. I'd say the production, other than the backstage stuff or the outside stuff, I guess, is on the upper tier of Ring of Honor production up to this point, I would say.
Yes, and the audio, while still your usual highly clipping ROH show of this era, it's definitely not as bad as usual, and it's almost as if the clipping actually adds to the atmosphere in terms of the crowd heat, that they are clipping to the degree they are.
Yeah,
But
when it becomes just like a dull roar, yeah, it does in some ways make it seem even a little bit extra. Yeah, absolutely,
yes,
I agree.
Yes. Now, I have a question for Matt. Since this feels like a beginning of the show question, where were you sitting?
I was sitting third row ringside, which, as Trevor knows, I don't typically get ringside seats. I usually, and pretty much every other show at the Manhattan Center, I chose to sit in the balcony because I like the view from there. And I usually get general admission, which I guess they didn't really have that much of at the Manhattan Center, because as I like to tell Trevor, I am a man of the people. So in the Philly shows,
they did though. That's why I'm asking.
So the stage was the stage general admission. Is that what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing, and this learned your lesson, but okay, everyone's point of reference for this building would be Monday Night Raw. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's over a decade earlier, but still.
That was what everyone was referencing when they booked the show. Like, it wasn't even as much as, it's close to MSG. It was, remember, this is where some of the early Raws were.
Right. And it's not, MLW had the one show there a few years earlier, but no one remembers anything about it for the most part, other than that Kojima was there. And so when I see GA is on the stage, I'm like, oh, okay. Raw, they had the bleachers on the stage. It's, it sounds like it'll be a great view. But it's bleachers, so that's why you're paying less. But I'm like, okay, I'll do that. Then we get there, there's no bleachers. It's it's a good, at least 8 to a dozen maybe rows of chairs on the stage. So no one past the second or third row could see a thing even being elevated on the stage.
Well, I knew to get close seats because just at these New York venues where I didn't totally know what the setup would be, because I was so burned on that first Basketball City show.
Oh, God.
Yeah, where I sat many rows back, and there was, because of the way, the entrance was, there was no elevation whatsoever. So once they went to the mat, you could see absolutely nothing. Luckily, the Steel Cage Warfare match had a lot of stuff from off the top of the cage, but the Danielson Rocky Romero match, I barely could see it because they were on the mat. And I was like, okay, next Basketball City show, I'm definitely getting ringside seats, and I'm going to get ringside seats at every New York show until I know that it's safe not to. So once I realized,
I love that you're using the word safe talking about Basketball City.
Yes, it was definitely just a fire hazard of a venue. Luckily,
that's just a fire hazard. The first show, right before the show ended, someone spilled a bucket of ice on the stairs on the only exit out of the building.
I don't even remember that. That's crazy.
Yes, but anyway, so as far as this though with the stage, so the first couple of matches, and I have barely any memory of live because I couldn't see anything. After the first couple of matches, me and my cousin who I went with, we noticed, they're letting people just sit on the edge of the stage, which I noticed because of the lighting, you can't really see on the DVD. But we just ended up going to the edge of the stage. No one stopped us. And that's where we watched the rest of the show.
That's probably a pretty decent view. Yeah. The only time I ever sat on the stage at the Manhattan Center was at the 2009 show that had the final match of Danielson and Nigel McGuinness, the one with I don't know if you went to that one, but it was, there was a match between Austin Aries and Petey Williams where the crowd kept ragging on Todd Sinclair by yelling Twinkies every time he counted something. He'd be like, 1 Twinkies, 2 Twinkies, which I found extremely annoying. But Homicide, who was also sitting on the stage, found incredibly funny. So that was my experience with the stage. But even then, I knew that we had to get there pretty early to make sure that we got close to the front of the stage, or else it would be basically impossible to see. But yeah, I had a pretty good view for this one. Since we're talking about it, though, I guess it's probably a good time to talk about the actual venue.
7 flights upstairs.
Yeah, so one, I'd never been there before. So this is, I think you know this, Trevor, this is the same building as the Hammerstein Ballroom. And The Hammerstein is just you walk in and you're at the Hammerstein. You know, you might go up one level or two to go to the mezzanine, but to get to the actual grand ballroom, it's way upstairs. And they have elevators, but I think I learned pretty quickly that it wasn't worth waiting for the elevator. You just walk up 7 flights of stairs and you're in this whole other area. It made me wonder, like, what the hell else do they do there? Because it's not like you could, like, go on to the Manhattan Center website and they're advertising like all sorts of shows happening at their grand ballroom. Like,
there was a Flaming Lips concert, I believe, the week after the show.
At the Hammerstein, though, not at the upstairs ballroom that this is in.
Well, I get what Matt's saying, though, because, like, anytime I ever hear of a concert happening in that building, it's always in the Hammerstein. It's never in the Grand. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, so I wonder if they do anything in that ballroom. Like, maybe it was made, like, for, like, I don't know, conventions or, like, weddings? I honestly have no idea. Like, I can't picture what it is. The only like live performances I've ever heard of there were wrestling, and there haven't even been that many of those. I'm sure they do other stuff there, but it's not like they advertise it heavily.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that I know for sure has taken place there besides wrestling are at least 1 or maybe 2 Ink Master finales.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But it seems like it's vacant a lot of the time, and probably even more so now than it was back then.
And speaking of, and I was just going to
say, they charge so much for them.
I was just going to say, speaking of the honorable mention podcast, one other thing they mentioned, Shane Hagedorn, like if you listen to the episode that they have on this show, poor Shane goes into such great detail about how apparently he hated running at the Manhattan Center because it was apparently a nightmare for the ring crew to set up apparently the ring gear, the way the Ring of Honor ring was constructed would not fit in the elevator. So they had to wait for, union people that worked for the building to help them lift up 7 flights of stairs, everything to like put the ring up, and apparently it was an absolute nightmare to do the show. And this was also the show where they had just come from the tent show the night before, KENTA and ThROH. I believe Shane even mentions that also, like, I think he said this, that between the tent show and this show, Derek Dempsey just disappears from the crew and he doesn't see him again for 5 years. So this was like not a fun weekend for them, apparently.
What was the story about needing a crane? Was that from the New Yorker?
That might have been Basketball City. I'm not even sure. Like,
Basketball City had a freight elevator, though.
I just know that New York seemed to have like a history of nightmare buildings in terms of setup. Anything with lugging upstairs, things like that seem to create nightmares for these guys. But what we get with the show. Oh, go on.
Well, I just wanted to say before we move on, to be clear, like, the reason for all this, like, this is not like promoters seeking out like weird venues or anything. It's that if you are drawing a respectable crowd in New York, there are very few places you can run that would hold 1,000 people for wrestling in New York City.
Like, yeah, I mean, they could have sold more for Joe versus Kobashi. They were leaving, money on the table. You could just see whenever you watch the show at the New Yorker, like, you guys were just packed in like sardines. They were trying to get everyone they could to get like an 800 in the building.
Funny anecdote was when, like, there was a pretty big line to get, like, as the doors were opening, like, stretched around the block. And, this has happened a few times there. There'd be people, cause this is, Midtown Manhattan, a lot of people walking by. And a lot of people would just wonder, like, what is this line for? And then usually, someone would say, wrestling, and people would be like, they would just like have this look on their face. They'd be like, oh. And I remember at this show, at least one person was like, oh, that's why there are no women on the line, which I thought was very funny.
Well, 2006 indie wrestling.
Yeah, exactly.
But going to this segment, Brian Danielson is standing in front of Madison Square Garden, which he points out is where Bruno Sammartino made his legacy. And he says, Bruno's going to be here in attendance tonight at Ring of Honor. Brian says this place is where legends are made. And then the cameras follow him in silence for about a good half minute to a minute as he just walks down the street to the Manhattan Center. They don't edit it. They just really want to emphasize, like, look how close this is. And then Brian gets in front of the Manhattan Center. He says, Ring of Honor is running here tonight, and KENTA's going to have to kill me because this is the building where I'm going to make my legacy. So,
and it turned out to be true. Turned out to be true. I'd say, like, if you could think of a building that is like, or like Brian Danielson had, a lot of his legendary matches, I would say between the Grand Ballroom and the Hammerstein, this is probably the building, right? Between this match on this show, the Morishima matches, at least one really great Nigel match, and then another pretty well-known one. A good match, four-way involving Tyler Black and Nigel. He had a lot of good matches in the 3 years that they ran this building while he was still there. So I think it's fair to say he did make his legacy there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also just, I mean, we're in the era now where, Ring of Honor always shifted where their biggest market was. We are firmly in the New York is the A+ market for Ring of Honor era, especially now that they have the Manhattan Center. We then get a rarity for this era of Ring of Honor, which is a video hype package for the main event we're going to see tonight, by Ring of Honor 2006 standards, a decent, hype package for Kenta Danielson. We very rarely got one of these. So again, and normally when we did get them, it was because it was like a double disc set and they had lots of room to fill. This is a single disc thing and they went out to the trouble of making that. So neat little thing there. And then we get the opener. Davey Richards defeats Jack Evans via submission in 7 minutes, 35 seconds when he made him tap out to the stretch muffler. The story of this match was that Prazak says on commentary is, there was that 8-man tag at Generation Now and Davey was the guy who scored the fall on Jack. So I like, again, the usual Gabe stuff where he tries to find at least minor reasons for matches to happen, although doesn't explain why Christopher Daniels is randomly in the Cabana Jimmy Jacobs three-way later. But Matt, what did you think about this as an opener?
Sorry.
No, go on. No.
I was just going to say, as far as, but that's Daniels in this era of ROH. Was really just all I was going to say. It's like he's the guy who's in random three-ways. Yeah.
He was definitely like often booked as like, hey, we have a multi-man match. Like he can be the glue man because he was very good in that role. But, Matt, what do you think about this as an opener?
Well, when Meltzer talked about how great the crowd was, this match definitely does reflect that. Like, they were really up for this. They were so excited. I'm pretty sure part of it was there was no pre-show, like, on this show. I don't remember any dark matches. I might be wrong, but that's my recollection. Yeah. So the crowd was just, like, really fresh and just ready. And the vibe in the building was, one thing that, I noticed about the Manhattan Center the first time I went in was, like, because I had never gone to Raw there either. But the way they presented it when they would do Monday Night Raw was that this was sort of a gritty place, a gritty crowd. The crowd was kind of, rough around the edges. This is like, Manhattan. It's tough New York, blah, 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 blah. And the way ROH presented it, first of all, the color, I think it had been painted. Like, the colors were a little bit different than they were on Raw. And the lighting felt a little different. And rather than gritty, it felt kind of majestic, at least by indie wrestling standards, like it felt serious and distinguished. It wasn't so I think that added and elevated basically everything, especially right off the bat. So I think the crowd was really excited to see this match. And I thought that it was a fun sprint. I almost to the point where I wondered if they could have had a really good match if they had gone a little bit longer. But then on the other hand, it's like, maybe it's better to just have this sprint, leave people wanting more, do the best stuff that they could do in the short amount of time. They did have good chemistry, it was sort of this stiffness versus acrobatics. And Evans was able to get in a lot of flips in a short amount of time. And then Davey would always break it up with some sort of stiff kick or running forearm or something like that. There was one point where Evans did his super space flying tiger drop. I would say like times 100. It's one of the best that he did, at least in the matches that we've watched. But yeah, this is really like if you could just picture 2006 Davey Richards versus 2006 Jack Evans, this is basically what it was. And they were both about as on as they'd been so far in ROH. I don't recall Evans really botching anything in this match, and Richards was pretty on point too. So I think this was a pretty perfect opener, and at the same time I sort of wonder what they would have done with 5 to 10 more minutes.
David, Bix, what do you think?
Especially as a match that I don't think I actually really saw in any real way live for the reasons I mentioned earlier. It was fine. So this is Davy's second match in New York, right? Because he debuted against Jimmy Rave in June, right?
Yeah, his second match in New York for ROH, yeah.
Yes, and I mean, I remember at that first show he was surprisingly over. It probably helped that they put him against Jimmy Rave, but I never got it with him. Like, watching it back now, I'm like, okay, for this era, this is a fairly good Davey Richards performance. But, I mean, you watch this show, especially with hindsight, you really start to see the difference between the people who are polished wrestlers who happen to be indie wrestlers and the people who look like good indie wrestlers. And I feel like he looks more like a good indie wrestler than at the level of a Danielson, Joe, Homicide, etc. And it's just like, I feel like that's always what he was, though. Like, he's a physically talented kick pads guy. And there wasn't much else there. Like, he had intensity, which I think, as we've learned, was probably not a good thing. But yeah, like, I thought this was fine, though. But it's like, honestly, probably I liked it a lot more than a lot of Davey Richards matches I liked in that era.
What did you think of Jack in the match?
I thought Jack was really good here. Like you said, he's crisper at this point. Like, he's not really messing anything up. I love his space flying tiger drop because he looks like, and I mean this as the utmost compliment, he looks like he's putting zero effort into it. But it looks amazing. Like,
his body is so relaxed, even in the middle of things like that. Like, he just looks like he's not rigid. He just kind of just so loose, even doing things like that.
Right. He looks like a guy who has a high level of body control despite being loose. Like, Matt Cross. Matt Cross has his dimnest form when he does a space flying tiger drop or Sasuke special. Like, he looks like he is putting every ounce of energy into it to make it perfect. Jack doesn't really look like he's doing that. He looks like it's just effortless. I mean, it's the same way, like, the thing that always stood out to me about Kofi Kingston compared to other wrestlers who could have, like, really good leaping ability was it doesn't actually look like he's putting effort into it. I guess you could say the same thing about Kevin Knight now, too. That, like, the fact that it doesn't look like they really need to make much of an effort with it makes it more impressive. I feel like Jack has that with some of his big spots.
So I thought this match was an exciting little sprint opener. I'm probably closer to Matt on this. I always talk about how, I've said this a few times, I'm a big Jack Evans fan, but also I've said sometimes, like, I think Jack Evans is an argument sometimes for you don't always have to be a well-rounded wrestler. Sometimes wrestling is more fun when you have huge strengths and like blind spots or weaknesses. And I feel like this match is a good argument for that because to me, the fun of the match is like these two guys kind of personas and like what they don't have kind of does a lot of the heavy lifting for them. Like, this is an exciting match. There's some big spots, but this is not a pack a move every second, do every single thing we can, like barn burner in a way it could be, or like indie wrestling would kind of evolve into. And, Davey actually gives Jack a lot of the spotlight here, and he actually doesn't do a lot of his signature moves. Like, there's no DR driver, there's no big German suplex, the running Liger bomb and his big head kick, they both get countered. A lot of his offense here is really simple and basic. It's just tossing Jack into the barricade, snap suplex, stuff like that. And yet it kind of feels weighty because, like, he has this persona of being this big, growly, kickpad, like Vic said, like kickpad McGee kind of, muscle dude. And Jack has the persona of being a high flyer who's skinny and smokes cigarettes with fans before the show. And so even when he just takes like a snap suplex, you're like, oh shit. Among other things.
Maybe.
So I feel like that persona works. And likewise, like, I know, Jimmy Rave has said in the past that, he had told the story about how, like, when Davey Richards came in, like, one of the first matches they worked together, Davey wanted to do counters on counters on counters. And Rave was like telling him, these guys, some of these fans don't even know who you are yet. Like, maybe we should just get them to know your signature moves before we do counters. Because that was just kind of Davey Richards in a nutshell, which again, like, I feel like he was a very love him or hate him guy, which is kind of ironic because I feel like I'm in the middle on that. But like, that was one thing I feel like people loved or hated, which was that counters on counters on counters kind of stuff. And in some of his matches, it gets way overkill. But I feel, again, like it's refreshing in this match because Jack Evans is usually a very much a guy who's either hitting a high flying move or he's getting the crap beat out of him moment to moment. He's not doing a lot of reversals. So even though Davey probably called the spots, like it is kind of a fun novelty here to see like Jack fighting Davey off on the top rope or reversing big moves, like countering the running Liger bomb. Like it's a fun novelty because usually Jack isn't put in positions where he's countering guys or fighting guys off. So I thought overall this was like an above average little sprint to open. Jack, of course, also gives a big hug for Green Lantern fan in the front row. So much love for Green Lantern.
Finally, someone is nice to him on one of these shows.
Yeah, like
I totally missed that, and here's what's funny about it. And you know what? Fuck it. I can tell this story now. That actually explains a lot. So little less than 2 years earlier, who was it? Punk and Who against Jack and Who on the Liger show in New Jersey?
Oh, I'd have to.
It was a street fight.
Was it Punk and Ace against Jack and Roderick?
That sounds right.
Or Jack and Alex Shelley is one of those.
Punk told me he was wanting to throw Jack onto Green Lantern fan.
Yeah, it was Punk and Ace versus Aries and Strong, with Jack Evans in like their corner.
Jack at ringside. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack is at ringside to take a great bump role. Okay. So he wanted to throw Jack at Green Lantern fan, and I'm guessing the reason that did not happen, or one of the reasons that did not happen, is that Jack actually likes Paul.
Oh yeah, like poor goddamn projectiles. But so after the match, we go to Nigel McGuinness backstage. He says, "Life is short. 1 minute we're born and in diapers, and the next we're dead in a box on the ground." It just flies by. Nigel says, "So sometimes there are moments for a brief second you get to stand still and really live." And he calls tonight taking on Marufuji for the GHC title one of those moments. So he's really saying that this is like one of the most important matches of his career up to this point. And then we go back to the ring where
wait, hold on, because I feel like that you can't gloss over that promo. That's a weird ass promo. Like, I didn't even think it was bad, but tonally, that's completely unlike almost every other Nigel McGuinness promo. Most other main event promos I've ever seen. And again, like, I kind of liked it, but it was weird. Like, he was just kind of like very subdued, chewing gum. Like, talking very quietly. I mean, I get it, like, maybe in a way it adds to the gravitas of the match, but, like, it almost felt, like, nonchalant to the point of seeming depressed. Like, it was a very strange promo from Nigel.
I think it's that he's trying to find himself as, like, a main eventer and a babyface.
Yeah, because he doesn't stick with this tone for long, but on this show and a little bit on the last one, he kind of does this weird, like, subdued thing.
Because he turned with the title unification match, basically, right?
Basically, it was gradual up before then too, but yeah, basically that was the moment.
Right, and Unified was when?
Like a month before this.
Okay, so that, and like I know, like from that interview I did with him that I never used, like certainly like with him changing his in-ring style, like that's him wanting to make himself an ROH main eventer. So like I know that's something that's on his mind at the time, so I'm guessing like the promo tweaks are part of that too. That like he's trying to find exactly what is this new Nigel McGuinness, who is a babyface in Ring of Honor, who is a pushed main eventer, near main event level babyface in Ring of Honor, and who is completely changed his wrestling style from what got him to the dance.
And that's a good point too, because Matt, I was going to ask you this later, but I'll just say, like, we've been talking for a bunch of shows now how like Nigel's been transitioning from, the more European style, and obviously away from now the pure title gimmick where it's all about, being kind of a trickster and a little bit more comedy, where he was, like Bix is saying, evolving to the style. He was almost completely there by this point, but I felt like this match tonight against Marufuji is the match where it's like, okay, like the transformation's complete. Like he is fully focused on really big moves, 800 lariat variations. Like there's not really much of a trace of the Nigel of like a year earlier once we get to this match here. Like, did you see that tonight? Like, on
Yeah, this was definitely the match where it was like bereft of all of the other trappings that made Nigel McGuinness who he was. Like, it was just the brand new Nigel. It wasn't the transition is over. He's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and also, as we'll get to when we get to that match, this was the perfect match and opponent for him to do that too. Like, I was never as big a fan of this Nigel as I was of, World of Sport Nigel, but this was absolutely a time to work that style, regardless. To be like lariat heavy, big moves, big bombs, Nigel McGuinness.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, it was not good for his physical health, and I do think I miss there's a charm, to what he was doing in the year before this that I always missed, but at the same time, like, knowing what he was trying to accomplish and the fans he was working in front of, like, other than the health concerns, which are granted giant concerns, the implications that had, like, I cannot argue with the style change, I mean, it was, that's what Ring of Honor was, a big DVD selling promotion. It wanted a certain kind of epic action match, and he was very consciously, like, changing his style to meet that kind of that ideal. But, we then go back to the ring where Bobby Cruz is surrounded outside the ring by Ring of Honor wrestlers and staff. Says it is their honor to show appreciation to one of the greatest champions in wrestling history. He's finally returned to Midtown Manhattan, where he's had some of his most memorable matches, some of the most memorable in Madison Square Garden history. He introduces Bruno Sammartino. Bruno comes out. He gets a big reaction, a standing ovation, in fact, I'd say, and a big Bruno chant. The crowd chants "Welcome Home," which Bruno seems to get like a genuine kick out of, which was kind of a sweet reaction from him. One fan shouts out, "One more match," and I'd like to point out to that fan, Bruno was weeks away from turning 71 at this point, so there's got to be a limit when you say that to people. Come on. But Bruno gets on the mic. He thanks the crowd. He says, looking at the fans, he doesn't even think most of the fans here were even born by the year he retired in 1981. He also points out that he didn't exactly fly down to the ring tonight if you're watching him. He mentions he was 275 pounds when he wrestled and is now down to 215 pounds. But the difference is he's 71 years old now, and that gets a big reaction from the crowd. And I thought just that point I thought was adorable, because I'm always reminded of all the times like Dave Meltzer talked about how like Bruno gave him weightlifting advice, and like he always told Dave, like, when you get to a certain age, you're not going to be able to lift like you used to. And I love that, like, one of the first things Bruno does is like point out, like, yeah, you might have noticed I've lost 60 pounds of muscle. Like, clearly he had a lot of pride in that and wanted to like to get that up front right away, like basically saying, hey, pretty good for a 71-year-old, which, you know what? Pretty damn good for a 71-year-old. But,
I'm just shocked you were able to make out a word he said on the DVD.
I know people on other reviews were complaining about that, and normally I'm one of the, like, oftentimes Matt will hear stuff I can't work out. For some reason, I don't know, maybe I speak Brunoese even over the bad sound system, but I could make it out tonight. But Bruno talks about wrestling all over the world during his career. He notes the Japanese talent that's at ringside. And he talks about how he even got to work in Japan. Bruno says he really loved wrestling, but then a new promotion took over. He just didn't approve of a lot of things they were doing. That gets a round of applause, of course. Fans always love a little, at this era, a little bit of WWE jabs. He says, I got out of wrestling. I expressed my opinions, is the way he said it, and they fell on deaf ears, and that's okay, he says. He says, I don't know a lot of the Ring of Honor wrestlers because I haven't been appearing anywhere wrestling-wise except for a couple of reunions, but they sent me some Ring of Honor DVDs, and I was really impressed. And then I wrote my notes when I was recapping this for myself. If Bruno genuinely could run a DVD player at his age in 2006, that needs to go on his Hall of Fame resume. But, Bruno doesn't want to take up too much of our time, but he wants to put over the dedication of the ROH wrestlers. He talks about how he's wrestled for an hour, and you don't see that anymore, but you see it from these guys. He thinks he
said he would wrestle for an hour and a half. I feel like, Bix, you probably are enough of a historian. Is there any record of Bruno Sammartino wrestling for an hour and a half?
I don't think so. I mean, he had matches that were at least billed as going past 60. I know that. Mm-hmm. How many of those were even legit? Because, like, the Pedro Morales match is supposed to be officially 72 minutes, 74 minutes before it was called off as a draw. But even that was not legit. So I don't know. But
yeah, we know for a fact that at least one wrestler on this show had a 90-minute match, which is Chris Hero. Because I saw it, but I'm not sure about anybody else. Also, another thing that Bruno said, he mentioned, his 1981 retirement, and he's right, I was not born yet for that, but he did wrestle 50 matches after that for the WWF. I don't know.
But,
if we'll count it.
as Meltzer says, in his coverage, like, Bruno doesn't really consider the 85 to 87, like, part-time comeback stuff, like, part of his career. He considers himself a retired wrestler after 81.
Yeah. So Bruno says he thinks people are going to recognize more and more that ROH is a good organization and they're going to keep growing. Bruno would love to see wrestling like this come back. That gets big applause. Bruno says he's enjoyed what he's seen so far tonight and he's going to see a lot more of it. And he thanks the fans because they seem to appreciate legitimate good talent. He ends by saying it's nice to see everybody. He thanks them. And I'll say this, the crowd gives him a louder reaction after the promo than they gave him before the promo, which I think is a pretty good sign about how well he came over with the fans.
Yes.
I have no idea what Bruno really thought of ROH. It's funny to hear him say he enjoyed the action tonight when the only match that had happened so far was Jack Evans versus Davey Richards, which does not seem like a Bruno Sammartino match. He trotted out the same I watched the DVD lines that almost every vet got told in Ring of Honor, and I'll just say when we get to the notes in a little bit about what Kerry Silkin, the owner of Ring of Honor, said, I think Kerry basically says, yeah, I don't think Bruno watched anything.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, later when he does the promo with Marufuji and Danielson, like, it's obvious someone told him that Noah is basically the new All Japan.
Yeah.
Like, he kind of tries to imply, without saying it, that Marufuji is holding Baba's old belt. It's clearly someone told him, but go ahead.
I will just say he came off as understated and gracious to a degree that few big veterans do in these kind of tribute moments. Like, it was a little bit of aw shucks to him while still really being gracious and accepting it.
Yeah, it was a classy little deal they did.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Bruno, he always came off good in stuff like this generally. So Bruno shakes a ton of wrestler and fan hands on the way out as he gets a giant thank you Bruno chant. All the wrestlers start to leave behind Bruno, and Morishima and Samoa Joe bump into each other. And Morishima's pissed. He shoves Joe. Joe gives a shove back. Immediately, Joe marches back in the ring. He tells Morishima, get back in here. Morishima follows close behind. Trade a couple blows before a pile of people run in to break it up. The crowd's just roaring for this, which it'll be interesting to contrast some of the live notes. Joe and Morishima are screaming at each other from across the ring. Joe fights his way free, jumps Morishima again. We get a big let them go chant. Of course, this was the big angle for Morishima and Joe. So we'll get all your thoughts on that, but first I think we got some notes for all of this stuff, some pretty extensive notes for both the angle and Sammartino. Going to the Observer, Dave wrote, this is, I think, just off the live notes. This is before I watched the DVD. Dave wrote, the reaction for Sammartino was much louder, which shocked a lot of fans, and even Gabe Sapolsky, who grew up in the Ric Flair NWA era in Philadelphia. Sammartino even looked surprised. He put over ROH by saying he didn't like the direction pro wrestling has gone, but when he saw an ROH DVD, he was happy to see their product based on the wrestling. He praised both the talent and the fans. He shook the hands of wrestlers and fans. Much of this was designed by Sammartino. The original angle was going to be for Prince Nana to interrupt and maybe get put in a bear hug or take a bump, but Sammartino declined, saying that would ruin the moment and would be better without an interruption, and pretty much everyone agreed in hindsight. As he was leaving, Joe and Morishima, both watching, bumped into each other, started going at it before being pulled apart. Even though Kenta is a big star for ROH and Kenta Kobashi was like a god when he came in last year, a large percentage of the crowd didn't even know who Morishima was, only that he was towering over Joe and they were brawling. Most figure it's an angle for the next show, not realizing Morishima doesn't have a working visa and won't be getting one until next year, and it's a 1-year build now as things are now planned.
Okay,
so
wait.
Yeah, let's get to that.
That was the crowd that watched Noah. They knew, like, they maybe they didn't watch every show, maybe they didn't watch every match. That crowd, I felt, largely knew who Morishima was.
Yeah,
Matt,
I was going to ask both of you.
Yeah.
That crowd reaction was, I thought, shockingly loud. Not like that did not come off. I mean, like, Grant, I'm watching on a DVD. I wasn't there live. But that did not come off as like most of this crowd doesn't know who this guy is. This is what come off as like, holy shit,
No, that was the loudest reaction of the whole night. And yeah, obviously I'm sure there were some people who didn't know who Morishima was, but there were probably some people there that didn't, know a lot of the ROH guys. But yeah, I would say the vast majority was familiar with Morishima. He was getting a lot of buzz at the time. They were into the Noah guys. they knew Morishima, and they understood that this was something that was going to set up a match at some point in the future. I don't think anyone thought this was an angle for the next show. I mean, I know I didn't at the time. I thought they were going to build a match. Now, it also, the idea that it was a year-long build, I mean, I feel like that would have been crazy considering Joe's status in TNA at the time. And of course, that is why they ended up doing the match sooner than a year, because Joe was on his way out and they had to do it when they had the chance.
And Joe still went over clean in a very anticlimactic finish.
Yeah. Like, I'd say that we'll get to it when we get to it, but the reactions for this angle were much bigger than the reactions to the actual match.
Yeah.
I was going to say, so going through the Observer, like, here's another note from the Observer, Dave would write, with Sapolsky already with the idea that his big match for the fall of 2007, his next WrestleMania main event, so to speak, would be Samoa Joe versus Takeshi Morishima in a battle of arguably the two best big men in the business. He wanted a 1-year build, so the first angle tease would be on this show. So yeah, like, the word from the newsletters at this time was basically how, Kenta Danielson was, the big, we're going to get this out for the holiday season. Like, Gabe was always trying, and from like basically Joe Kobashi on, trying to time like around this time period, this is where we're going to have our big DVD selling match. He was like earmarking Morishima Joe for this time next year. And I think what changed was I was doing some advanced research because I try and stay ahead for our own show. I believe when Joe leaves in 2007 Ring of Honor in the first few months, reading the coverage then, they revealed then that I guess TNA told ROH in the last months of 2006 that like we're pulling Joe out, like we're giving you a bunch of lead time, but he's going to be done with you guys. We're not going to allow him to keep taking books here long term. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was like at this moment in mid-September, they really did still think they had a year to build this, and then within weeks or a month, all of a sudden they get told, you got to wrap this up in like 3 or 4 months. It's done. So
yeah, I think of these year-long builds in like 2023, the 2023 mindset where it's like, no, everyone's going to get injured by then. You got to do it soon.
Or in indies a generation later was like, you can barely have like a month or two build without worrying that someone's going to get signed away. The idea that, we'll get to later where they talk about in the notes, like, they were planning Kenta and Danielson for 9 months. Like, indie wrestling could not do that a decade later. You didn't have that luxury to just assume, yeah, Danielson's going to be here in 9 months. Yeah, Kenta's going to be here in 9 months. We can just pencil this in and have Kenta run through a bunch of guys and be confident we'll have that match available to us. Like, just completely changed in a generation. But the last thing I was going to mention about from that note is the Prince Nana thing, because Prince Nana was already done in Ring of Honor by this point. I read somewhere, Matt, we didn't get to it, but I was going to say this for the next show, but there's a note that apparently Nana gave his notice to Gabe at this show. He's not on this show. He's not on the show the night before. And so I'm wondering, like, if that was really, like, if they really were proposing that Nana get bumped by San Martino, was that going to be, like, his ride out? That, like, Bruno San Martino has taken Prince Nana out of Ring of Honor? Like, that seems bizarre if this really was, like, Nana, the night Nana told Gabe, like, I don't want to be here for a while. I'm done. But
Although, as a New York guy, he probably wouldn't have minded if that was his ride out.
I mean, that was the other thing too. Like, I believe, I forget, Matt, but isn't it true, like, San Martino does do some angle in 2007 for his WrestleMania weekend appearance? Because I believe there's a story there where he resisted that too. Like, San Martino did not want to bump for these guys, and all these guys wanted to bump for San Martino. Like, that was very much a thing about San Martino too. He's like, I don't think he wanted to, like, risk, looking old or dusting, putting any dust on his legacy, even not that really would, but all these wrestlers, like, apparently desperately wanted to bump with him. But, finally we go back to the Observer and we get to the semi.
When you say bump, Trevor, you're talking about like take a wrestling bump where they fall, not like the other way wrestlers sometimes like to bump.
Yeah, I don't think Bruno would be down with that. But,
now, real quick though, with Morishima and like the crowd being familiar and stuff, like, I'm trying to remember, when did ROH start selling the English Noah DVDs? Was it with like the December 05 Budokan or something like that?
I think probably by then. Yeah, I mean, I would say almost definitely by the time we're up to now, they were selling them pretty regularly.
Okay,
and even with
Go ahead.
I was just because even without that, we're we're a year out from we're years out from Joe versus Kobashi. Kenta's been in here for like 9-10 months. Like, there's been plenty of reasons for ROH fans to start buying Noah stuff. Like, some of the most over guys are now regularly competing in their home promotion.
Right. I mean, it's different from a year earlier though, because like I'm sure like Matt remembers live, but also you can kind of tell watching DVD from the reaction. Like, it was obvious at the Joe versus Kobashi show that most of the crowd had not been watching Noah, that they were all Japan fans. And because the big thing I remember sticking out is that it seems like barely anyone in the crowd had any idea that Kobashi had that sleeper suplex. Like, when he put Joe in that sleeper, I remember noticing, like, no one saw it coming, and then they just freaked out over seeing that move. But it had been a regular move of his.
Yeah, I freaked out when he did that to Joe.
Right, so it's like, well, and also that's probably the suplex where Joe took the nastiest bump of the match.
Right. It was also, like, the actual way he landed, too.
Yes,
that might be the bump that made him in the promo after saying, I felt a click in my neck or something like that maybe will never go away. So, yeah.
But what was I saying? But I didn't feel that lack of familiarity at all during this show. I mean, if anything, I felt like some of Nigel's moves were the ones that weren't as over when we get to that match. But anyway, let's back to Bruno and the carry and whatnot.
Yeah, we got some fun Bruno stuff here. San Martino, so Dave wrote in the Observer, San Martino appeared slightly misty-eyed and somewhat mystified at the reaction. Sure, they were right down the street from Madison Square Garden.
Well, that's supposed to be like poetic?
Misty-eyed. Yeah, that's like a t-shirt. Misty-eyed and mystified.
Sure, they were right down the street from Madison Square Garden, where San Martino headlined more than any wrestler in history ever has, and more than anyone in the future likely will ever do. But he seemed confused as opposed to arrogant or expecting the reaction, noting that when he looks into the crowd, he said most of the people going crazy weren't even born when he retired. That wasn't exactly true. Again, as Vix mentioned earlier, you can trust Dave's going to correct him. As San Martino's last match was in 1987, but in his mind, he retired in 1981, and it is true that the vast majority of the audience never saw him headline around the corner. But no matter. They know their history and respect their legends. San Martino said he hasn't liked what pro wrestling has turned into, but when he saw ROH's DVDs, he saw young guys who really loved wrestling and it gave him hope. Of course you'd expect him to say that. And one of San Martino's great traits that made him draw for so long was the ability to project realism and believability in his promos, so he should be able to pull it off, except he sounded like he meant it. I thought that was a very polite way of Dave saying, Bruno probably didn't watch the show, but he's good at coming off as genuine. And that brings us to
that's what a wrestler is supposed to do, right? They're supposed to be a worker. Yeah.
And that brings us to there are notes from Kerry. I thought just the one, because I thought Kerry Silken, like Bruno Sammartino, was one of his favorite wrestlers, and he devotes an episode of his podcast, him and Ian Riccoboni, Last Stop Penn Station. It's season 2, episode 9, if you want to hear for yourself, all to Bruno. And he has some kind of interesting background. I thought it's some kind of interesting behind the scenes, how the sausage gets made, stuff about how you bring in big names to Ring of Honor. So I got some notes from listening to the podcast. Kerry said that there was a comic convention in New York that was running the same day as this show. And so they knew that was happening and they were featuring wrestlers and he knew Bruno was going to be there. Kerry says he reached out to Bruno's people and the price to book Bruno Sammartino was $4,000, but that included them getting to film a shoot interview DVD with him. And since he would already be in New York, they wouldn't have to pay for airfare. So then, Kerry takes us to Gabe and he says Gabe told him, Kerry, I know you love Bruno and he's your childhood hero, but these fans don't care about him. And then you can tell listening to this podcast, Kerry delights that, he's not anti-Gabe. He gives Gabe some props, but you can tell he delights in the idea that he was right and Gabe was wrong this time. So in fact, Kerry knows that Gabe was usually right, but this is a situation where he was in the wrong. He says, I told Gabe, you don't think they're going to want to buy autographs from Bruno in New York? And Gabe says he thought they would, but he pointed out he's already going to be at the comic book show in the same city earlier in the day. And then again, Kerry points out that in the end of the day, Gabe was happy to have him, but he just thought, is this going to be justifiable? And then he points out, he talks about the straight shooting DVD, which with Bruno that they did, that Cornette led the interview on. Kerry talks about how he got Cornette a room at the Waldorf Hotel for this and how he was so happy. And I didn't include this in the notes, but really worth listening to the podcast because you get to talk about how Oh, he talks about Cornette always talked about he hated New York, but he sure did love when I got him like tickets to a Hollywood show. You can hear a delightful anecdote where he talks about how like Terry Funk and his wife loved going to see Jersey Boys, which is just a delightful thing to think about. So Kerry says they did the interview the day before the comic book convention and Glory by Honor night 2, which was both taking place the same day. Kerry mentions that Bruno did not even have a cell phone, so he is quite unlike Bill Watts. Kerry says Bruno would not break kayfabe during the shoot interview. Quote, Kerry says, it was just great. I want to know, he said that not sarcastically, but genuinely. Kerry seemed to be very happy. He says, Bruno was a gentleman. Later on, he'd point out that, when they brought Bruno back for the WrestleMania weekend in 2007, that even just among the wrestlers that were like all around Bruno getting stories and the promoter, like Bruno would not break kayfabe, like even just like telling them stories.
Okay, so this is Kerry's memory failing him, because Bruno absolutely broke kayfabe in that interview.
Yeah, I mean, I have not, I'm going to be honest, I have not seen that interview, but yeah, and then there's a point in this recap where, in this podcast where Ian Riccoboni, completely, not related to this, but it's just, again, I'm using delightful a lot. This was delightful. He tells this fun anecdote where he goes, I met Bruno Sammartino when I was 10 at an autograph signing in 1998. He says, I paid ahead for the autograph signing, but turned out I had a basketball game that day, so I wasn't going to be able to make it. My mom told the people running the signing, Ian isn't going to make it, but he's already paid for an autograph. And so the guy running things tells him like, hey, no problem. We'll get Bruno to sign stuff for Ian, and then, he can pick up another day. And then later, he calls Ian's mom back on her cell and he says, we told Bruno about it. He's going to wait for Ian to come. So Bruno waits. Ian says like what amounts to like a whole hour, I guess, after the autograph signing so that Ian could get there after his basketball game. Ian calls Bruno the firmest handshake he had ever had up to that point. And, just puts him over a class act to do that, wait a whole extra hour for this one kid. And then Kerry talks about he decided to set up a table at the comic book convention that Bruno was at and sell ROH DVDs there. He says renting the table at the convention cost $200, and they probably ended up selling $700 to $800 worth of ROH DVDs at the convention. So he says like that was a good move for us. And then he says Kerry says that Bruno was not expecting the reaction he got. Again, Kerry's really crying. He says Gabe was dead wrong. Everyone there cared about Bruno. Kerry jokes that he hates to give Gabe credit, but he was very smart how he did the Samoa Joe Morrissey angle right after that. Kerry then talks about how they had Bruno selling autographs during intermission, and this sounds like this was also included with the $4,000. He says this was our chance to get our $4,000 back besides the shoot DVD. He says that we were charging $25 per autograph. He says some people were buying 2 or 3. And anyway, Kerry says Gabe generally did not like a long intermission, because he thought that was, bad for the crowd. And he says, generally that's good. I agree with Gabe. But on this hand, we were so dependent on selling merch and DVDs back in this era, to try and make some money. And he goes, the line for Bruno was huge. And there was like 125 people still in the line for Bruno. And Gabe was telling me, Kerry, we've got to get the second half started. And Kerry just was like, just wait a minute. Wait a while. Let's sell some autographs. And then he mentions we finally started the second half of the show when there were still like 20 to 30 people in line. But he's like, just really proud of Bruno. He's like, no one got out of that line. Like they all stayed. They get their autographs. And then the last couple things quick here. He goes, Kerry mentions he booked Bruno again for ROH's 2007 Mania weekend in Detroit. And he goes, that one was a vanity move on my part. He goes, Bruno historically did not mean much in Detroit, basically says, we weren't going to make our money back on Bruno in Detroit. And then Ian asked Kerry if Bruno liked anything he saw at the shows. And Kerry says, honestly, I don't think Bruno paid much attention to them. So again, that's what makes me doubt he watched the DVDs. But again, I just thought, Bruno's a very delightful guy, and it was interesting. It's interesting. We've been getting numbers lately covering this part of the timeline. Like Kobashi was like 9,000 for 2 shows. Kurt Angle was going to charge 5,000 per show before TNA stopped it. I think Terry Funk was 2,500. So it's always interesting to see like the economy of wrestler appearances back then. But next we get an ad for some recent ROH DVDs, some straight shoot interviews. And that brings us finally to the second match of the show. Adam Pearce defeats Delirious via pinfall in 8 minutes, 18 seconds after he hits a jumping pile driver after Shane Hagedorn hits Delirious behind the ref's back with a pair of brass knuckles. Bix, what'd you think about this? The battle of the next 2 Ring of Honor bookers.
I thought it was fine. I feel like I've definitely appreciated Pearce more as the years have gone by. Although I do think his best work in this period was in ROH regardless. Like, he was still kind of hiding himself for a while. Like, he did this, like, overly cutesy, kind of self-conscious, I am a Memphis heel thing for a bit. But I think it kind of clicked into place more what he needed to do during this, like, heel run here. Because, you know, I started to kind of cotton him on to him, though, during the CZW feud because he was such a great babyface in that. And then I think here, he kind of, he realizes when to do the shtick more and doesn't come off as much of the, as much, I should say, of a tribute act. So I definitely enjoyed this. I mean, it was nice to be reminded of just how good Delirious was at the time. Like, I feel like people do not remember how good a wrestler he still works sometimes, but was, especially back then, just how well he mixed, like, the straight wrestling with the comedy and how seamless it was. And he also took maybe the most goddamn unnecessary bump I've ever seen during this match. I totally forgot about that until I was watching this last night. He just lets Pierce press slam him over the top rope to the floor, and he went head first into the guardrail. What the fuck?
Yeah, like, when I was talking about, like, a million things are, not a million, but a lot of things on this show that feel like make the show feel a little bit bigger. That does not feel like a bump these guys would ever do on a show that wasn't like this show. Like, I was shocked too. Like, I did not remember, like, to take a bump where Pierce military presses Delirious over the top rope to the floor and he bumps into the guardrail. Like, I mean, I guess you want to impress that crowd, but man, that was a big bump for, like, a random second from the bottom match against Adam Pierce to take.
Well, also, like, on this show, especially with the spots in the GHC title match, I think made it get completely forgotten. I think on a show without as stacked a post-intermission, I think it would have stood out and been remembered more. But here, it just gets completely forgotten. And, I mean, I'll use this as a segue to tell a story, though. So, later, well, I should rewind a little bit. So this is around the time when, well, I checked. I made sure to check before I appeared on this podcast. Both the civil and criminal statutes of limitations of copyright infringement are up. Trevor, you would have been around for this, I think. I don't know if Matt was on forums or not. This is the era where I am selling the DVD set I made of all of the Benoit, Finlay, Regal, Dave Taylor matches from WCW. You know, again.
Yes. Yeah.
Which, I am not going to lie about, like, had more interest. Like, I made some good DVD compilations in those days. That one had so much more interest than anything else I ever made, from, you know, other collectors and fans to wrestlers, etc. I am not going to lie when I say, like, that helped me build, like, my savings, because I made thousands of dollars on it. And maybe a few weeks, maybe a month or so before this, I get an email from Delirious. And he's like, and it, you know, hey, I'm trying to remember if he knew how into IWA and stuff, and ROH or whatever I was. He's like, hey, I don't usually do this. I'm a hunter, you know, normally I wrestle with Delirious, blah, blah, blah. But I really want that set, and I'd be happy to trade you the, you know, 2 discs each, the 2 volumes of Best of Delirious and the 1 volume of Best of Daisy Ace. And I was up for it. I think I just forgot to reply because I was getting so many emails about it. And then later in the show, as I'm sitting on the stage, I see sitting at the edge of the stage, J.C. Hayes and a wrestler-shaped man who looks vaguely familiar. Not long before this, Delirious had done a taping for Cyber Fights. Do either of you know what Cyber Fights is?
You'll have to jog my memory on this one.
The sort of custom type, but not custom, gay interest match company that the famous Seth Rollins Merrick Brave gif is from.
Oh, I see.
Yes. And he was unmasked, and so people don't Google it, and so we can keep kayfabe. I will not say what name he was using, but someone had pointed me to the photo and stuff, you know, when it went up. So I actually did know what he looked like. That said, he's still a guy who's clearly a wrestler watching with Daisy Hayes. So it still would have been fairly obvious regardless. But I scooch over. I forget what match it was during, and I'm like, "You're Hunter, right?" I was like, "Yeah," and I introduced myself, and he's like, "Oh yeah," and I'm like, "Yeah, sorry, I didn't get back to you." And then we reconnected and traded the DVDs. By mail, obviously. We didn't have them with us. But yeah, that was just fun little thing that happened there. And there was something else I was going to say about that. I can't remember. By the way, too, like, she doesn't wrestle on this card, but I'll mention it just because I feel it's noteworthy. For whatever reason, it did not show in photographs on video. Daisy Hayes might be the most gorgeous woman I've ever met in my life.
Wow.
Wow, that's newsworthy. You just made a major declaration right there.
I mean, like, she was just someone who was weirdly unphotogenic.
It was just funny because even like fans would get on her, like later on, with her weight, like the eat a sandwich chants and things like that.
But I mean, you got to remember that wrestling fans in this era, they were just mean to women for the sake of being mean to women. Doesn't matter what they looked like.
Well, the eat a sandwich stuff was bullshit, and it also was worse because at the time she was, I think it's been established, going through some shit.
Yeah, there was a time, but yeah, she was always, I don't think they were ever really super kind to her in that respect.
No. But anyway, regardless, but yeah, so that was an interesting, it's not like his real name was well known at the time, so I think the fact that I said you're Hunter, right, and didn't draw too much attention to it, I think probably put him maybe a little more at ease than it would have otherwise before I introduced myself.
Yeah.
Because, I don't think the name Hunter Johnson was out there at the time, right?
Not that I recall.
But it is amazing how it feels like so many wrestler fan interactions like 15, 20 years ago were based on wrestlers reaching out to somebody like, "Hey, I see you have a compilation. Like, can I get a copy of that? Can I trade you for something?" Where that's something I imagine is lost, where most wrestler fan interactions these days are, I would say, fans playing therapists to wrestlers who want to vent in DMs. So, everything's changed, but,
oh, come on. I made some good friendships that way and some bad ones.
Trevor has too.
Matt, what do you think about this?
There's a few matches on the show that I think maybe don't hold up to my memory that well, but I think this one actually exceeds my memory. I think it was a better match than I remember. It's sort of, in my mind, was like sort of a nothing match that I was just waiting to get to the stuff I was excited to see, but this was a good little match. And, they definitely were, I think, a little bit more athletic than some other times in terms of just besides the character work, they were moving at a pretty good clip. Obviously, like Bix said, they had that insane gorilla press to the floor, into the guardrail. And, I agree that it got lost in the shuffle because it was such a big show, but also I get why they did it. It was because it was such a big show and they wanted to do something that was a little bit more, stood out a little bit more than, in maybe a match they would have had, let's say, if they were in a tent in Connecticut, for example. But yeah, I'd say it moved pretty fast. It was a little bit longer than I remembered. And the finish, it felt like a cheap finish at the time, but that Hagedorn-Pierce, connection lasted for a long time after this. And, I definitely put Hagedorn on the map in terms of being a main character on the show. And I think that pairing worked well together. So I think this was overall pretty successful.
Yeah, I thought that I agree. I thought this match was, a little bit better than you'd expect. I feel like they were just a little more action. The pace was just a little higher than you'd expect from this match on this spot in the card. I think they were, even like Delirious has done the never-ending clotheslines in the corner, but I don't know if he's ever done 60 that he does here. So again, they were just doing a little bit more.
Insanely impressive. I was going to bring that up. Think about how many wrestlers that would have blown the fuck up.
Yeah, I cannot, that's one of those things where just that lunge 60 times. Yeah, I was thinking, is there some trick to this? Because I was thinking, how can you not be completely winded just never stopping doing that? But, he seemed fine. I mean, for the most part, that's a wild spot to do in terms of cardio. But, the Hagedorn finish where he interferes and joins up with Pierce. This was the night where, Hagedorn kind of finds his niche where he goes from being kind of most prominent ROH student because Davey Andrews has disappeared off the face of the earth, to, lackey for heel lackey, which is a role he'll have for quite a while with various people in Ring of Honor. And in fact, after the match, Pierce grabs the mic. He asks for a moment of silence. He does not get it. He introduces Shane Hagedorn as his new assistant, and then he says the fans can refer to Shane as Adam's personal manservant. So there we go.
Yes.
But
I did want to say too before we moved on. I think this card, and you see like with the way these matches are put in and stuff, this is the best example of Gabe actually like structuring and layering a card to date, I think.
Well, it's example.
He puts it together, in a much more traditional old school style where they go from like least important match to most important match, with the title matches being the after intermission matches. It's not like, bring the crowd up, bring the crowd down, like stuff like they have done in ROH and they do a lot on modern American shows. It's like, we are going to build the show in terms of importance of the matches. And that's always been my preference as far as how to book out a big wrestling show, but it's not how most American promotions do it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, this is a show where I think the order is perfect, where every match is bigger than the last. I guess except you could say this match maybe isn't as exciting from a marquee standpoint as Evans and Richards, but you want to start with like a somewhat hot opener. So, but yeah, I thought this order was perfect. And yeah, they don't always do that way, because a lot of times it was, Gabe booked with the mindset of you're booking basically two mini cards, where so like after the intermission, you kind of ramp down with a kind of a more middling or even like a student match, and then you ramp back up again to the top half of the card, where this is just, we end with a big tag before intermission, and then we start with the tag title match after intermission.
Okay, I'm glad you say that. Actually, I'm pretty sure I need Matt to confirm. I don't think Joe and Homicide against the Briscoes actually went on before intermission. I'm pretty sure that was the post-intermission match.
No, it did.
And they changed the order on the DVD.
It did, because I can confirm, because I wrote a write-up for it, and also I was on the at the time, which I listened back to, the Joe versus the World podcast, that a couple days later. It was right before intermission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the way I remembered it was that being all the big matches post intermission, and also that the Cornette promo made sense in a post intermission spot, so people could finish buying the gimmicks and stuff.
No, yeah, because I remember noting in my report how at the beginning of the tag title match, I was like, wow, this is unusual for everyone to be back in their seats right at the end of intermission. It usually takes a little bit of time from when the match starts, but people were
because they were all waiting for Bruno to sign those autographs.
Yeah, exactly. It was the way they presented it on the DVD was how it was how it was live too.
Yes, and just to finish the point about the structure too, that it went from hot open but more traditional tag match to the big high spot tag match. Those matches, even though really the Joe and Homicide Briscoes match was the bigger match than the title match, that was the right order. Put them in both to have the belts over and in terms of the way those matches were worked. Which some of that knowing who's in there more than anything, I guess, because, as we know, Gabe does not like to have people agenting matches.
Yeah, and Bix, going to your point, I think this match is a great example even of the attention to detail that Gabe was really good at this point when he was really at the top of his game, where, the story going into this weekend, I think on the Video Wire, Delirious cuts a promo in Delirious gibberish to Cornette, he wants bigger matches. And so Cornette's I'll give you bigger matches. And he goes, Shane Hagedorn on night one of this double shot and Adam Pearce on night two. You go, why? That doesn't really seem bigger. And you even go, well, why is he wrestling Shane Hagedorn all people on the first night? And then you see, the next night, Shane Hagedorn interferes. He becomes the henchman to Pierce, who's Pierce's Cornette's henchman at this point. And, it all makes sense. Even stuff like that, for a second on the match, low card stuff, that he was still, threading stories that make sense, beat by beat by beat. It was an attention to detail that a lot of indies at this time, I feel did not have, at least this low on the card. But, so yeah, we go to a three-way dance. Jimmy Jacobs, scored to the ring by Lacey, defeats Christopher Danielson and Colt Cabana in 11 minutes, 6 seconds when he pinned Colt after he hit the Contra code. This match was essentially a repeat of the 4-way Colt and Jimmy were in the night before in the tent. Like that match, this match is far more about telling the Jimmy Colt story than action. And the story they tell is almost entirely the same. They repeat a lot of the same stuff. In fact, like Jimmy is distraught that Colt's with Lacey at times, almost pretty much crying during the match, which is what he did the night before. Lacey orders Jimmy to work together with Colt, and Colt sets he and Jimmy up for multiple double teams only to pull Danielson away at the last second. So Jimmy crashes and burns, which is what they did the night before. Colt pervs on Lacey like he did the night before. Of course, this time he actually looks up her skirt, which I had to be reminded when I listened to the Honorable Mention podcast, because I sold my DVD collection long ago, so note this is us watching on video files. But listening to them talk about this show, the Colt looking up Lacey's skirt is apparently on the back of this DVD. Like, they thought that's a good image to put on the back of the DVD. So for those who own the DVD, a little bonus for you, I guess. Bizarre, but
I had completely forgotten about that part of the storyline until I watched this match too, the whole cabana thing.
So I would say the difference in this match from the night before is this is a 3-way rather than a 4-course match. So almost all of it features Jimmy and Colt working together. So it really makes it more of a handicap match. A lot of it is literally just one of Colt or Jimmy standing in the corner or on the outside watching the other guy wrestle Daniels. Daniels doesn't get much offense till Jimmy accidentally spears Colt, at which point Daniels makes a comeback. And then it ends with the other big difference where the finish where Jimmy finally gets fed up with Colt. Colt's about to win with the Colt 45. Jimmy kicks him in the balls from behind, hits him with the contra code, steals the win for himself. Lacey isn't happy for him. She wanted Colt to get the win. So I thought it was interesting that the crowd was largely into cheering Colt and jeering Lacey, but the 2 times this match that Jimmy hits Colt, both the accidental spear and the finish, he gets big rashes. So it's like their favorite was Colt, but they actually also liked Jimmy when he hit Colt. Overall, we've talked about this a lot on the show, Bix, lately. Like, this storyline, crowd loved it. Like, in hindsight, no one in this love triangle storyline at this point was lovable. The individual performances are entertaining. These are charismatic, entertaining people. I would say for this match, I enjoyed it kind of just as a palate cleanser. I feel like in a lot of companies, I would really dislike this match, but Ring of Honor was not doing at this point a lot of over-the-top melodrama like this. So it was a little bit refreshing. Not refreshing, but it did not overstay its welcome the way it would in many other promotions. But Matt, what'd you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the storyline even less than you do, so it really sours everything for me. It just doesn't come across well. I don't think I really loved it at the time either, but like now, I mean, the match starts with the crowd chanting "she's a whore" at Lacey, right off the bat, so that puts me in a sour mood. Like you said, like the upskirt stuff was, I don't know, so corny to me. I want to like Colt. He was likable most of the time in this era. And I just don't find him easy to like during this storyline. So that hurts it a lot for me. Also, the match is so story heavy that, like, by the time they got to the last few minutes of doing the more athletic, near falls and reversals, I actually liked it a lot, and I was sort of like refreshed by it, even though, you might say what was good about this match was that it offered some variety compared to the other stuff. I actually liked the more traditional Ring of Honor-ish parts of the match where they did the wrestling more. The one storyline aspect of this match that I did like, that I found pretty clever, is the idea that, Lacey's always screaming at Jimmy Jacobs to win. But when he finally wins, she's not happy about it because she hurt her lover's balls. Like, I thought that was kind of clever. But everything else just makes me feel bad. So it just wasn't for me.
So am I crazy, but did after the match, and Bix, I'll get your thoughts in a second, but after the match, did Jimmy Jacobs yell, "Use your mouth" to Colt as he sold his balls? Like, was he telling Colt, to be a good lover after I've injured your testicles, just don't forget oral sex? And then later he yells at him right after, he goes, "Your boyfriend's a winner." And then he says, "Use those balls now, Colt." And I thought, okay, that's ridiculous in a way where I can't help but chuckle at it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Matt. That was a fun twist. Bix, what do you think about this? Obviously, we've been watching this, rewatching this show by show. You're just dropping in, so maybe you don't have as much fatigue for this as we do. What did you think about this?
I mean, I thought the story stuff was fine, aside from the one spot that, yes, as I just sent you guys in Skype, as I found on an eBay listing, yes, that upskirt spot did make the back cover of the DVD.
Yeah.
The front cover is Bruno in between Danielson and Marufuji. The back cover then has Marufuji holding the belt up in, like, the featured position. Then your 4 photos on the bottom from left to right are Adam Pearce in his robe, the upskirt spot, Joe chopping a Briscoe, I can't quite tell here, and Hero having Aries in a camel clutch.
I love that we have Bruno on the cover and an upskirt shot on the back cover. That is the most pro wrestling thing of all time.
Yes. So I thought the storyline stuff was fine aside from that. Like I said, I did not remember. I mean, it jogged my memory, but until I watched this, I totally forgot about the whole, he caught Lacey in the shower with Cabana thing. Which, by the way, I loved Prazak on commentary, just getting sick of him and Jared David, having to dance around. Oh, he caught them in the shower together, where Prazak's just like, they were having sex. He caught them having sex.
But
the other funny part about that is that they show that segment on a DVD a few DVDs ago, and they were fully clothed and not having sex.
If anything, they were suggesting that they were about to, or maybe just had made out, but they were fully clothed in a shower. But ever since then, it was canon in the commentary since then that Jimmy Jacobs saw them having sex there, which if you did not see, unless there's a new way of sex that you can do fully clothed that the kids are into, that's not the way it was.
Yeah. But overall I thought this was fine. It is weird watching Daniels always being in these mid-card 3-ways though. He's one of the biggest names on the show. He's on TV. And I guess just so he can be useful and help sell tickets while not having to do jobs, he's just always in 3-ways in the mid-card.
Yeah, he was in a spot at this point where it was kind of I feel like Gabe probably felt like you're a big enough name and enough of a talent that I want to keep using you, but I've kind of run out of ideas because Daniels the night before on the DVD we had just watched the first half of this double shot. He literally does a promo on he had a match with Nigel the night before, and he literally cuts.
And he did a clean job for Nigel, by the way.
Yeah, and he literally he cuts a promo where he basically does the Ric Flair on Raw in the aughts, I've gotta prove to myself again, that basically people think I'm directionless, and then you watch this match and it is oh, you're still being booked like you're directionless, and.
Yeah. But also keep in mind, a couple months later he does win the tag team titles, so.
Even that is because Claudio, that run, that Claudio Hero title run was supposed to last longer. The aborted WWE run, where Claudio thinks he's getting a WWE contract and then they tell him, which is still a mystery to him, why they told him not. I mean.
Oh, you mean before they then went and tried to let me rephrase. Before they made up a story and lied and accused him to Dave Meltzer of committing immigration fraud? That?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get into that in months. Yeah, that's such
that's crazy that he still doesn't know why. That's nuts.
I mean, it's also crazy. I mean, I get that there's not a lot of options, though. He was working Noah. So, I'm sure he wasn't necessarily hurting for money, but, I get that it's the option to make big money, but it's it also shows how little options there were back then that, okay, a few years later, they're willing to bring him in, and it's okay, now I'm going to go work for the company that falsely accused me of immigration fraud in the general public.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of being such a runaway number one, unfortunately. But also one other thing I want to mention about the 3-way. If you ever want to see, I can't really explain it, but it's kind of amazing. Jimmy Jacobs somehow takes a drop toe hold bump from the ring to the floor. It's a pretty impressive little feat he does here. So yeah, after the match, we get the things I said where Jimmy's taunting Colt. He's not sure why Lacey isn't happy for him that he finally won the match. This gives a chance for Dave Prazak to use one of his classic, IWA Mid-South catchphrases that he very rarely got to use in Ring of Honor. The more professional, buttoned up Dave Prazak, where he talks about how, Colt Cabana's taken a shot to his lower nutsack region, which, Classic Dave Frasek.
Yes.
But, so.
Yes, that's one of the things we did not get in ROH. Like, we didn't get Tree of Joey Lawrence or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. That stuff all immediately excised from. But occasionally there'd be like it was always fun. Occasionally you'd sometimes see like Dave would occasionally get a little punchy. You could tell me in one of those late night records, which again Lenny Leonard goes into on that episode of Between the Sheets for anyone that should check that out. But anyway, next out comes Jim Cornette and the Briscoes. Time for the other big promo of the show.
Hey, look over there. I'm going to go do something for a minute.
Cornette gets a mixed reaction that turns into a loud homicide chant. Cornette gets on the mic and asks the crowd if they're about done. He heard more than a smattering of booing when he came out, and him saying that draws more boos from the crowd. Cornette calls homicide homicide, as he is wont to do. He says he has some kind of relationship with that little midget, low key. Jim says he was looking forward to coming here tonight because he thought this whole business was cleared up. I went to Chicago last month. I told the fans they're my side of the story, and they applauded me for it. They understood it.
I don't remember it that way.
Yeah, it was more mixed than that, Jim. But Cornette says homicide may blow goats. He just throws that in there. Jim's not trying to say that the Chicago fans are smarter than New York fans. Maybe these fans just haven't seen the DVD or read the internet yet. He reiterates that he loves the company and everyone, and except homicide and anyone that takes homicide's side, because you're either with Jim Cornette or you're against him. Jim wants a show of hands from the crowd. Who's on my side? Who's on homicide's side? Needless to say, homicide wins easily in the show of hands. Jim says, I appreciate the fans that took my side. You and me are great. Then he loses it. He calls the rest of the fans rude, ungrateful, no good New York pricks. Jim criticizes New York for its garbage pile streets and how everyone yells at each other, which gets a crowd pop and an NYC chant. Jim says New York has crime and pollution, traffic, overcrowding, the rudest bunch of people, and their buildings are falling apart. The crowd pops louder for this. Jim says they're proud. You're proud of it? The crowd pops even louder. Jim says New York City is a microcosm of everything that is the matter with the world, a showcase of man's incivility and inhumanity to man, which is pretty funny for Jim Cornette to say. And then he tops off with what I thought was a pretty funny, and how quaint it was. He just goes, you stink, or he goes, they stink. The fans pop, then they chant, shut the fuck up. Jim says he's going nowhere and says that he promised Homicide a shot at the world title, and he's going to keep his word. He was going to announce tonight that Homicide was getting the title shot in October, but now it's decided Homicide will get his ROH world title shot right here in New York, December 23rd in the Manhattan Center at Final Battle, if he wins his match tonight. If not, Homicide won't get his title shot until January or February of 2007, and then Jim reminds the crowd that Homicide's promised that if he doesn't win a title by the end of 2006, he'll leave Ring of Honor. So basically saying if Homicide doesn't win tonight, he's screwed. Jim then says Homicide better quit hanging around punks like Conan in TNA, and he better quit crying discrimination. Jim says when people can't achieve and fulfill their workload, they cry discrimination. He says they cry that they're against you because you're black or Puerto Rican or Mexican or a lesbian or an Asian nun. Cornette says, as I look around this city, I think I'm the minority because I'm a middle-aged fat white guy. Cornette then says, Homicide can go back to whatever stinking island in the Pacific or Atlantic he came from, which draws kind of like a uncomfortable ooh from the crowd. That's going to, this is the point where the crowd's kind of like, okay, you're going a little too far, Jim. Cornette then grabs Mark Briscoe's Confederate flag trunks, gives him a little tug, and says, everyone that wasn't born in the good old southern U.S. of A. can kiss his ass. Leonard Skinner lives. Stars and bars. The Confederacy and the great state of Kentucky rules. And New York, you blow. Cornette tells the Briscoes to kill Homicide if they get the chance. And if they don't get a chance, hurt him so bad they'll have to carry him out in a bucket. Finally, Homicide Samoa Joe's music hits, and out they come for their match. So before we get to that, and before I ask your thoughts, I just want to get to a point that this made me laugh from Dave Meltzer's review in The Observer. He wrote, Jim Cornette came out for his promo. He was cheered at first. This was said to be a great promo. He started by asking who supported him and who supported Homicide. When more fans supported Homicide, Cornette went off on them saying how much he hated New York and that unless people were from the South, he didn't want anything to do with them. He got borderline racist in the promo. Fans booed him more because they figured they were supposed to than anything else. A lot of fans at the show weren't from New York and hated New York as well. Guys, I'm going to ask you guys, that last half seems like complete classic Dave Meltzer is listening to whatever Jim and Gabe are telling him, because I think the fans were starting to sour on Cornette, and I think once he got racist, this did not feel like a crowd that was booing Jim Cornette because they felt like they were deep down like, yes, Jim, we also hate New York. Just maybe I'm crazy here.
Also, the ROH crowd in general was, like you said, starting to sour on him anyway. It's not like they were like already sympathetic to him and they were just like, oh, we don't like what he said. Like, they were already sick of him by this point. He had just gone a little bit too far. By the way, Trevor, in the last Cornette promo, which I'd say was not as obnoxious as this, but was probably more boring than this one.
Yeah.
The one in Chicago, you and I had a little bit of a dispute about whether or not the real intention was for Cornette to just be a heel when dealing with Homicide and a babyface otherwise. And I said that was not really the intent. That was just something Cornette was trying to say as a character. Do you believe me yet that this was not actually what something they were trying to accomplish, of having Cornette be a babyface except when dealing with Homicide?
Yeah, although I will say even here he's trying to cling to, praising the Chicago fans. And when I was giving that recap, he's almost like overselling how much the Chicago fans supported them. It was really a way more mixed when he's like, no, they understood me. Not so much, Jim.
But that was more I think to needle the New York fans and to actually praise the Chicago fans. He also says that to screw anybody who's not from the southern United States, and God bless the Confederacy, is something that he says. So I don't think he was trying to be a babyface to basically anyone at this point.
Yeah, at that point, you're saying, screw anyone that's not from the South, and you're in a promotion that does not run the South. So, at that point, yeah, you're shutting a door there. And Bix, I understand if you don't want to talk about Cornette. I'll just say, yeah, this got uncomfortable. I realize he's playing off the LAX storyline they had going in TNA that Homicide and Cornette were involved in, but it just seemed very out of left field to all of a sudden bring the racial overtones in, and it's not something that Ring of Honor typically. I'm not saying Ring of Honor was ever particularly sensitive to any kind of big issue like this, but I don't think they ever overtly really leaned on it the way Cornette just goes whole hog into it here. This was not borderline racist, as Dave wrote in The Observer. This was pretty explicit by the end, literally saying, Confederacy, celebrating the Confederacy, telling people to go back to their homes.
And then you have the Briscoes with their Confederate flag garb, this is not the first time they've worn it, but I think they're going to, they've been wearing it more often for this storyline.
Yeah.
And obviously they continue to wear it in the future too, as baby faces, which is even more jarring. But here they absolutely play into it. And again, just to remind everybody, the Briscoes are from a Union state, not a Confederate state. So that's makes it a little bit stranger. But yeah, Cornette would not be around in ROH for much longer. And I think, even with us, maybe criticizing some of his more praised promos from earlier in the year, I think he's pretty much jumped the shark for most ROH fans at this point.
And I think we've given him credit when he deserved. We're maybe not as high on him as people were at the time, but I think we've given credit to a lot of his promos. But I think even his strongest defenders of the biggest fans of this Ring of Honor run, I think would probably say in the last two promos, maybe not all of them, but there's a definite shift. And I think in the end, I don't even think Gabe views this. The way this Homicide Cornette angle ends, I think even Gabe acknowledges it didn't turn out as good as I hoped it would. So I don't think we're talking out of school there, but we'll just move on to something, Bix, I think you'll be happy to talk about. I know you were a big fan of this match. Homicide and Samoa Joe, scored to the ring by Julie Smokes, take on the Briscoes, and they defeat the Briscoes in 18 minutes flat when Homicide pins Jay after hitting the cop killer. I remember this is going to be interesting because I remember a long time ago seeing you on Twitter, really praising this match to the point where I was like, I don't remember it being that good. So now we've all rewatched. I'm going to be interested, was this as good as your memories? How was it revisiting this match?
Okay, so I'm assuming you're referring to the tweet from earlier this year after Jay Briscoe passed, where I said that this match would be considered one of the greatest matches in ROH history if it was on any other show.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
I don't know if I quite say that after rewatching it, but maybe I would. For everything they were trying to do, the match was pretty much perfect. The hot start, and then slowing it down a little bit, and the clean Homicide win. But just it's one of those matches where watching it now, what I really focused on, and noticed was this is the first match on this show, like I kind of alluded to earlier, where you see that all the guys in the ring are a cut above, quote unquote indie level. Maybe part of that is why Gabe had such an aversion to using the term indie wrestling, which I feel like, I don't know if people remember that anymore. Like, to a degree in ROH, and then especially once Evolve started, he hated saying indie. He would say underground. If he had to say anything like that, he would say underground wrestling. But you see why everyone praises Homicide's wrestling brain so much. You see, Joe pretty much being fully formed by this point. The Briscoes, who they don't have the distinct personalities yet that they would later from each other, but in terms of being polished performers are hanging right there. It's just, for what this was supposed to accomplish in the storyline and being a great match, I don't know how they could have really done much better than this.
See, I thought this was like a strong good to low very good, like a strong 3.5-star match. Like, I will say it's a really interesting contrast to the main event the night before, because the main event the night before was Kenta and Marufuji against the Briscoes. And that match was pure back and forth, almost move to move, no team having the momentum for more than a minute straight, just your move, my move, pure action, nothing else. And this match, like you alluded to, like this is a few chunks of clear momentum. Like there's much more of a structure to it. Homicide and Joe dominate the first third. Jay and Briscoe turn the tide with a kick to the balls, and the Briscoes control for a little bit. Then the Faces control for a little bit again, and then we have only then in the final minutes did we get the more everyone in, back and forth, trading stuff. And I would say because of that, like the final minute or two are fairly chaotic, but I think it comes off as pretty cool in part because the match had been so clear in terms of momentum. Like then, the night before it gets a little numbing. The fact that it's kind of a special treat at the end here, I think it makes that part of the match stand out. The other thing I'll say about this match is how as a longtime ROH viewer, I think it's really cool to see Joe and Homicide, these two guys by this point in 2006 were like already two of the all-timers in the company who had this long-running feud and had never been united together, teaming up together. Like it's the kind of thing where if you were just dropping in on this show,
but not since Homicide had not since they had both.
Oh yeah, yeah. But you're not saying stuff like
the Kabashi one off, which it seems like MSL did not know about on commentary. But
well, I can't rip them because I forgot that too. But like,
Carrie forgot about that. When I wrote the Joe Kabashi article for Fanbite, Carrie told me he honestly had completely forgotten about the Philly match.
Wasn't that Joe and Loki against Homicide and Kobashi?
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I mean it definitely was because I remember.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm win again. No, I never win. Let me just see, what was that show?
That was Unforgettable.
Yeah, Unforgettable.
And yeah, I mean I remember.
Ironically, I forgot it.
I mean, I remember seeing Kobashi give the Orange Crush to Loki. Like that's a memorable spot in that match.
You're right.
It was Kobashi and Homicide, Joe and Loki. Yeah.
Okay, but so it was the first time they teamed. I feel like that did add to, regardless, it adds to the match too.
Yeah.
Because they came off like a real, this is ROH's super team kind of vibe here. And I mean, I guess I'll throw it at Matt. I think part of it, like, this was just a match where the vibe in the building, I think, really did add to it too. Like, it ages as a great match to me. I don't know if I'd give it quite the hyperbole I did earlier this year, but I think it's still a fantastic match that live felt pretty electric.
See, I thought it felt electric at the beginning and the end, but I was actually like the middle. I was disappointed in the crowd. Like I thought they kind of weren't as up as they could have been. And I mean that's not really like my beef with the match. I think I am the low vote on this match between the three of us. Here's my thing. Like so, it started out super hot, and actually they have a couple other matches after this that they go more into like where they're just brawling all over the place. I could have used a little bit more of that instead of like the one big spot right at the beginning where they do the stereo dives and they throw the Briscoes around ringside and then they just get back in the ring and start the match like as if they had never done that spot. You know, like they just kind of like immediately just do a regular slow start to a tag match, which is fine. But The other thing that I didn't really like is, you're right, that Homicide and Joe were presented as these like super team. And that's fitting. They should be, you know, they're two of the legends. I actually don't think, given how much they've made the Briscoes look like these dominant world beaters for the previous few months of stuff that we've watched, Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they gave the Briscoes quite enough here. And in fact, excuse me, they started this match with a Cornette promo that was adding stakes for Homicide, right? Like, if Homicide doesn't win, he wouldn't get his title shot until after he said he would leave the promotion. That was basically the storyline. But they don't really do much to amp up the drama. It's not like there are any moments where it seems like Homicide's going to lose. They really don't get any big near falls on him. I just feels like they could have milked a little bit more drama out of the match. There's, like I said, really no false finishes. I like the match. Like, it's a good match. And I thought the finishing sequence was very good. I thought the opening was awesome. But I think some of those elements take it down a little bit for me. I think it keeps the match in the good range. And for me, doesn't quite make it to the great range.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, too, that they could have milked. Yeah, because it does seem like it's setting up for – that promo makes it seem like we're setting up for a match where Homicide's going to be in real jeopardy. And, yeah, he doesn't really feel in jeopardy very often in this match, if at all. Yeah, I would describe this match as having like a hot start, a hot finish, and a nice, consistent but not spectacular middle. So I probably am in the middle. But I will say, like, to Bix's point, this is a match I feel like it was good for its part on the show because – you know, there are going to be matches later in the night that top it, but it is clearly like a couple steps above everything you've seen before on the night. Like, so I feel like this is where the card's really like, and everything, you know, everyone's done their jobs before this match on the show, you know, but this is definitely the part of the match where the card's telling you like, okay, we're into the big stuff. We're into the big boy wrestling now.
And Joe is fired up here. I would say he's even more up for this match than he was in the hour-long draw against Danielson. Like, he's just like super psyched to be on this show in this match.
Yeah, and again, as someone who's rewatched every Ring of Honor show with you, it was cool to see after all the time of like Joe feuding with Homicide, like Joe giving a high five to Julius Smokes after Julius Smokes interferes. Like, Joe's finally like, hey, for once it works out in my benefit, you know, stuff like that. If you're a longtime fan. Yeah.
And the Joe Julius Smokes alliance, like, it just makes sense, you know, like, it feels right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Okay. So since you guys have been watching, you know, all of this stuff in order recently, how much were the Briscoes doing like chinlock centric heat before this match?
They were starting to do it just a little bit, which is, I think, like we've maybe seen like one or two in recent matches. It was a very recent thing, but it's weird because this was also the era of the Briscoes where they were really focusing less on psychology and more just, we're just going to go 20 minutes straight of, you know, action up the ass kind of wrestling. But then, yeah, there were matches like this where they were starting to slip in a chin lock.
Yeah, I think they were still trying to find their style. Like, when they came back in 2006, it was like, we're just gonna like show all the big power moves and like agile moves that we can do now, and like how we're just like these big hosses now that we didn't used to be. And then they sort of got into this kind of sprint mode where, like Trevor said, there's no psychology, very little flow. It's just like tag in, tag out, tag in, tag out, and then a bunch of near falls. And now they're starting to incorporate like a little more psychology, but it seems to be in the form of chin locks. So it's you know, they're awesome, but it's a work in progress, clearly.
Yes. And they're still though, like they still look like they're more polished workers than most of the guys on the first half of the show though.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they're already fantastic. I think 2007 is when I really think they become like just like world class, but we'll see if that holds up. And it's
probably the Noah Tours.
Yeah, I would bet.
And one little, I mean, I don't know if this is the absolute first time we see it in Ring of Honor, but if not, it's one of the very early times that you get to see Mark Briscoe doing like what they would later call redneck kung fu so early in his history of doing it, the MSL doesn't know how to react. He calls it, Mark Briscoe's doing some karate, where he does like some throat thrusts and things like that. So, they were still very much work in progress, is still figuring things out. Although again, also still already very good, especially for the age and the level of experience. I mean, I think Matt and I talked about when Jay passed away, the episode after that like, I don't know how many wrestlers were ever so good almost immediately and then kept up that level of quality for as long as they did, so consistently. Like, just, hit the ground running in your teens. So yeah, when we criticize the Briscoes a little bit, like their worst, a lot of people would be happy to have that as their best. But
also, age-wise, I mean, they're 21 and 22 at this point.
They're very young, yeah. Because if you figure that, when they started Ring of Honor in 2002, that was Jay 18, Mark 17. So yeah, we're here 4 years later. So yeah, 22 and 21. Yeah, it's crazy that they're already almost like a half decade experience at this point, but also barely out of their teens.
And if you watch the really early stuff in ECWA and CZW, like, they are green, but they've got something that most rookie indie wrestlers don't have at the time. Like, there is a level of just, I don't know if it's purpose or something, like, it's already there. What makes them the Briscoes, even though they're much different wrestlers and they're much more like flying high spot wrestlers than they'd become, like, they have what makes them the Briscoes. It's just not fully harnessed yet.
Yeah. I think the way I would put it is, like, I don't think I've ever seen a Briscoes match where I couldn't see like the spark of the Briscoes. Like, there's sometimes you see a wrestler that turned out to be great, but you watch them when they're really young, you go, wow, they really did not have it yet. Where I don't think I've ever seen a Briscoes match where I was like, you can't see them being the Briscoes, like where they became the Briscoes. You will see potential in them, I think, pretty much anywhere you could pick. I'm sure you could pick out a match where everything went wrong, but I think for the most part, that would probably be proven true.
I mean, the only match I can think of off the top of my head that's really like that is the one where they just decided to wrestle each other drunk on that random Hellaway wrestling show.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good excuse to not have a good night. But so after the match, the crowd chants "Next World Champ." Jim Cornette reemerges at the entranceway with a mic. He says, unlike Homicide, he's not a lying sack of snake feces, so he's going to give him his world title match in the Armpit of America, New York City, on December 23rd. But it's a long time between now and then, and Cornette says he's going to have to walk through hell with gasoline britches on to get to Christmas time. Cornette ends by telling the New York fans to go to hell. I'll note, Homicide makes it to December 23rd. Jim Cornette doesn't. So, he clearly wins this feud in more ways than one. But, next it's intermission time, and Gary Michael Capetta is backstage with Lacey and Colt Cabana. Colt is nursing his balls still. Colt wonders why Lacey isn't celebrating with Jimmy Jacobs. Jimmy walks in, or I think Gary wondered that. Jimmy walks in. He is so excited about winning tonight. Lacey's still pissed that he used a low blow to win and asks Jimmy to apologize to Colt. Colt wants to hear it. Jimmy gives an apology. He's not happy to give it, but he gives it. Colt asks Lacey for a massage that he keeps instructing her needs to go lower. Lacey goes to kick Jimmy and Gary out, as Gary tells us he thinks we don't need to see all of this. And then I love there's this funny moment where we can't see what Colt and Lacey are doing, but we hear Colt go, oh, wow, ooh. And then Gary is just looking at it for what's happening off camera, and he appears to be stifling a laugh. Gary Michael Capetta, always very adorable. In fact, Dave Meltzer also appreciated that because he wrote in The Observer watching this DVD. Dave wrote, all I could think of was how this late 40s guy who understood his role was so much more effective than Maria or Rebecca or the women WWE hires that nowadays only make their product look public access level when they use them. So Trevor, some love for Gary Michael Capetta here.
Trevor, the idea that Gary Michael Capetta on this show, who just felt like this elder statesman, is in his late 40s, which means like a few years older than I am now. Like, that's really depressing to me.
I'm going to look up his age because I mean, Gary was an old soul. All of his friends said it, Matt. But, yeah, so I don't think there's much to say about that. I mean, it's a cheap joke that's, selling the thing. So Gary was born December 1952. So he would have actually been in his mid-50s.
In his 50s. That makes a lot more sense.
So Dave being fairly kind to Gary there, we should all be so lucky.
Yeah, that late 40s comment threw me off. That he's almost 54 fits better.
Yeah.
Because, when did he start doing WWF? Like, almost 2 decades before this?
Yeah, so...
and he doesn't look like super young then, so, yeah.
So, next we go elsewhere backstage where Kenta's warming up. Then we cut to Bruno Sammartino talking elsewhere backstage.
Wait, excuse me, 3 decades. 3 decades. What am I saying? Yeah, he started in the mid to late 70s.
So yeah, if he was in his 40s, he would have been like the Jay and Mark Briscoe of Alex, off to a real early start. But so yeah, we have this segment where Bruno Sammartino is backstage with Bryan Danielson and Naomichi Marufuji, saying a lot of young people are looking up to Bryan as a role model. Bruno then mentions how the GHC heavyweight title is extremely respected and how he wrestled for Giant Baba for it in the past, which Bruno, you didn't. Bruno shakes both their hands and says it's nice to be between two champions. Dave would write in The Observer. Dave really loved this very short, innocuous segment. Dave wrote in The Observer, part of the reason the ROH audience acts the way they do is because they are given the kind of product that lends itself well to history. Title reigns are long. Titles are made to be the centerpiece of the promotion. One of the best moments of the DVD was a simple interview with Sammartino being surrounded by Naomichi, Marufuji, and Danielson, with the idea of presenting the legendary former world champion and positioning the other two as the current champions, following in his footsteps. Of course, things are totally different today, but it's that positioning that makes you feel the belt is important, that allows them to be able to get away with the long, slow-building matches. Even though Sammartino seemed to believe Marufuji's belt was either the international or PWF title, since he brought up how he knows the importance of the belt since it's the one Giant Baba had, it was positioned as if there was something tangible to all this. Wins and losses are important. A guy getting a push starts to beat guys ranked above him. If a top guy loses, there's always a purpose to it. New guys are constantly pushed. Former top guys are never buried. It's a delicate cycle. And Dave also added, it's a big deal for the Japanese to be able to get photos with Bruno Sammartino. So, I don't know about you guys. I thought it was a nice little segment. I think, of course, when you have a big legend, you do something like this, you give the guys a little bit of a rub. I did not think Dave was just starry. I think this is one of the best moments of the show and how, this is, a key to how Ring of Honor positions the titles. I thought it was just a nice one-off. We've got Bruno here. We might as well have him, put over our guys.
Yeah,
I got the impression, though, he was... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I got the impression, though, he was someone told him to be careful in how he referred to the title, because I didn't feel like he ever outright said it was Baba's belt.
Yeah, you get the impression he's thinking it's like he's tying into the legacy of All Japan, which no is part of the legacy, but that belt is
again, though, someone would have had to tell him that.
Yeah.
So I feel like he got guided into kind of drawing that inference without outright saying it's the same title.
Yeah. So that brings us to the Ring of Honor Tag Team title match. That'd be the Kings of Wrestling, Chris Hero and Claudio Castagnoli defeating Austin Aries and Roderick Strong, winning the titles from them in 21 minutes, 34 seconds, when Claudio pinned Aries after the KRS won. So this was, in fact, a title change. Matt, what'd you think about this? They had held the title for 10 months. So this was another one of those things where Ring of Honor was not in the business of doing frequent title changes. So this was another thing they kind of gave the show to make it feel big.
So on a show that had several matches that had body part work that didn't factor into the end of the match, if you're a fan of body part work that does factor into the entirety of the match, you're really going to love it. It's really about the Kings of Wrestling working on Aries' ribs, and all the way to the end when Claudio hits Aries off the top with the briefcase, it hits him in the ribs, and they hit the KRS-1 and pin him. That's the through line of the whole match. And so as far as body part work, this is about as good as ROH gets. I would say that it's a little bit different than a lot of the tag matches that, get over now, or even that got over in ROH back then, in that they did not go for this high degree of excitement. They never do a major near fall flurry. There's not it's not a super fast paced big move fest. It's pretty methodical and deliberate, And even the ending when, Strong gets the hot tag and they do a few more big moves, it's not like a typical Aries and Strong match. And I think to a lot of people, that might work in its favor because it's different and it's kind of a showcase for the kings of wrestling to have their personalities out there. There's a lot of moments where, Hero, during the rib work on Aries, basically after every move Hero does, he does some sort of taunt to the crowd or like walking on his knees or something. In the spot after they knock Aries off the top rope with the briefcase, they spend a awkward amount of time like hugging in the ring and like waving to the crowd. There's a lot of that in this match. And if you are a fan of that, you probably enjoy this match a lot. If you want a little bit more straightforward action, maybe you find this match a little bit on the boring side. I overall think it was very good. And I'd say the one thing that probably I didn't like about it was, and again, this goes back to what Dave said, that made me kind of raise my eyebrows a little bit, that I don't quite agree about this being the best crowd in ROH history. I think there are other crowds that would have been hotter for the duration of this match. I think there's a lot of moments during the rib work and stuff where the crowd is pretty quiet, where Strong like kind of has to ask the crowd to start clapping or cheering. I think that maybe this crowd was hoping for a faster paced match. And these two teams could give you like that fast paced, high spot ROH style match. This was clearly a choice of theirs to go the slower pace, to do more of the storytelling. I think it worked, but I don't think that it worked optimally for this crowd. I think overall it's a better TV match and DVD match than it was a live match, but I would say very good. I would say not quite great.
So I thought this was a real interesting match because I agree with a lot of what you say, Matt. It's similar to the Joe Homicide Briscoes match we just saw in that there are definite chunks of momentum. It's not your move, my move, and also has a very similar transition that tag match had where the faces dominate to start, and that's only when the heels cheat and when the ref is distracted that they get the control. But from there are big differences because, I want to emphasize, like you mentioned how, Aries gets his ribs worked on. This might be the longest face in peril sequence we've seen in rewatching the first 4.5 years of ROH on this podcast. I think it's like a 10 solid minutes straight of Aries just getting worked on. No offense from him, no tagging out. And it's Ring of Honor at this point was transitioning to their tags were kind of pushing the psychology and the typical classic tag structure. You were seeing fewer of those matches have that. They were kind of transitioning. And so to see this match all of a sudden where it's like, we're going to lean further back into the old schoolness and the structure and the psychology than pretty much anything's done in this company was like a real kind of shock for this match. What I will say is, I probably like this match. Well, agreeing with you, Matt, a little less than you. I think it's a good match. I appreciate it's refreshing to me because it's so different. But it's funny, this match has given me a lot of the things I've been asking for Ring of Honor from this period on rewatching all these shows recently. I was starting to be lately, two main matches now are a little too devoid of psychology and stuff and structure. This match gives me all that, but I felt ironically, this is the one match where it's a title change for a team that's had this long historic 10-month run. It's in a big show. It's the third from the top of a major card. The Kings of Wrestling are still getting their established in ROH. They're just kind of getting their foot in the door as a team. This was kind of the night I felt like to blow the doors off and have one of those crazy matches I felt like they were doing too much of. And instead, it's shockingly reserved. Aries and Strong don't get that much offense for being the last match of this 10-month reign. They get kind of worked over apart from the 10 minutes. They get some offense, but surprisingly not too much. And then I thought that end was bizarrely paced where Aries finally tags out. Roddy gets a big hot tag comeback, a couple big dives from the champs, and then pretty quickly Hero and Claudio start trading shots with the faces, so it starts getting to be almost even very quickly again. Then Aries and Strong get the heels on the ropes. Ref gets distracted again. Claudio hits Aries in the ribs with the briefcase. Aries bumps the floor, like you said, off the top rope turnbuckle to the floor. And then Hero and Claudio follow this up by they hit Roddy with one of their finishes, like the double team Hero's welcome. And then they just let, like you said, they let both guys lie on the outside and proceed to taunt the crowd, not caring the world. Aries eventually comes back in the ring with a bloody mouth, takes on both guys 1-2 for a few seconds. They hit him with the KRS-One, and it's over. It's like really weird. It's like the match feels like it's starting to peak, and then they just kind of stop for a minute. And then the guy comes back in, and they hit one move and it's over. Like, it was a really off-kilter kind of way to end the match. Again, I appreciate this match more than I like it. I loved a lot of the goofy, wacky double teams the Kings of Wrestling did. I think Kiro and Claudio's heel work is fun. I liked seeing them win the titles. It's like I said, it's an interesting match. But Bix, what'd you think of it?
Okay. The way I remembered it, and at least the way I remember seeing it at the time, live, was that it was really like a big high spot match. And it was kind of like building the big high spots, almost like a Dragon Gate match, and then peaking at the end. Yeah, I mean, you're right, and I think even you're understating it. The layout to this match is fucking weird. Like, I did not remember the match like 90% being Kings of Wrestling heat. Like,
yeah.
But with, like, elaborate high spots to get the heat on Aries. Like, and then, like you said, like, that thing where they do the double team heroes welcome and just don't care and don't try to get them back in and win and they dance and everything. It was just weird. Obviously, Hero has accumulated more knowledge and experience over the years, but he's always had a good wrestling brain, and I don't know if this is him and Claudio trying to figure out what they are in ROH. I don't know if maybe someone else called this. It doesn't feel like a Chris Hero match, really, even. Like, it's just a very strange match that I didn't really enjoy that much. Like,
Yeah.
It felt very just disconnected and strange. And, I mean, honestly, a lot of the Kings of Wrestling double teams did not look that smooth. You know, with being their two bigger guys working with smaller guys seems like kind of a concern if you're really looking at it a certain way. I don't know. This, to me, is the match that, at least relative to what I remembered, is the match that aged by far the worst of anything on the card. Like, I remember this fitting into those last four matches in a way where maybe I didn't like it quite as much as the other three, but I thought it belonged. In rewatching it last night, I felt like this stuck out like a sore thumb. Like, it felt like they were trying to do too many different things. It felt like they were trying to have a big high spot tag match, but they were trying to have more of a eat, shine structure to it. But they were also trying to, because it's really their ROH debut as a team because of the open contract gimmick. They're trying to get all the Kings of Wrestling spots over for the first time to a new audience. You know, this is Hero's New York ROH debut because they hadn't really pushed the CCW feud that hard there for, you know, semi-obvious reasons.
Not to be pedantic, but technically he did wrestle at the show at the New Yorker against Homicide in June.
I was there and I have zero memory of that. Okay. Well, still, it's the Kings of Wrestling. But you get what I'm saying. It's a less familiar crowd with him. Yes. But regardless, they're trying to get the Kings of Wrestling stuff over to a new crowd. Like, it, and then, yeah, like that. I'm guessing, though, that, and especially knowing that Cornette did do some agenting when he was there, despite Gabe's whole thing of not liking road agents, I'm guessing that the lack of big false finish runs in the two tag matches is because of the style of match that the two single title matches are. Like, that feels like it might be by design. Here, I feel like it just adds to the weirdness of the match. Like, it almost feels like the reason they just stand around after that Double Team Heroes welcome is that they don't want to be doing a big run of false finishes.
Yeah, the only other thing I could think is Aries does come up from that with a bloody mouth. So the only other thing I could think is maybe like he legit got rocked on a bump for a second. They were stalling for time. Like that's the only other thing I could think, because again, there's such a weird pause right before that final move. But, well,
let's hope Austin
Yeah.
Aries got a concussion and a serious injury.
No comment.
But also, if you want to see a weird moment for people of legitimate miscommunication match, there's a moment in this match, just a little moment where, Hero, he's the illegal man, Claudio's the legal man. So Hero climbs to the second turnbuckle in his corner to clap for Claudio, and Claudio doesn't know Hero's doing this, and he basically snake eyes Aries on the turnbuckle, and he legit knocks Aries into Hero, and you can just see like if you want to see a guy like legit getting startled in a match, you will get that here. But someone that was a real not fan of this match in some respects, Dave Meltzer, because let's go to his observer.
Let's talk about this. This is very interesting.
Dave wrote on this match, Hero and Castagnoli do an outsider's gimmick, and it gets over. Hero doesn't work like an ROH wrestler and sells like he comes from a bad indie. Castagnoli, who has height and a good physique, so he has more big league potential as far as getting a shot, is nowhere near the caliber of most of the guys here. But there's nobody on the indie scene with height who is all that good right now, so he'll probably leap over a lot of these guys when it comes to having a big league chance. Now, the one part Dave's right about, obviously, is Claudio did get an offer, like, right after Dave says this, leapfrogging a lot of people. WWE does not make good, as we just talked about. But yeah, so, Bix, I know you're gonna have something to say to this, and I will probably agree with a lot, but one thing I will say, Matt and I, who have been rewatching everything, I think Matt and I both agree, like, Matt, chime in if you think I'm wrong here. Claudio, we did really like in his initial run as a face, as like the guy goes, hey. It did feel like when he turned heel as part of the CZW field, even though that angle was great, for some reason he kind of lost something in the Ring of Honor, even though he was doing great work elsewhere. Now, that said, I don't think Dave was watching a lot of that stuff. Like,
no, this is what I was going to say. So, Dave, that was a dick thing that Dave wrote, but if Dave was not watching these guys outside of their current ROH run, I could sort of see why he came to the conclusions he came to. Claudio's matches since he turned heel were not that good in ROH. I think we reviewed all of them, and I'm trying to think if any of them were particularly good. And Hero, I think Hero was awesome as a character, but it's not like he was having great wrestling matches in ROH yet. I think that if Dave hadn't actually watched any of the Hero's big IWA Mid-South matches, shame on him for not actually watching some pretty major matches that were important at the time. But if he was just seeing these guys in ROH in 2006, I sort of forgive him a little bit.
But I guess the one last thing, Bix, before I throw it to you, I would say is about the Chris Hero stuff. The Claudio thing really surprised me. I did not remember that. The Hero stuff, Hero did have a bunch of detractors during this era, and I think in part it was because he had the reputation. I mean, the thing that he will openly admit was one of the things that kept him from getting a job in Ring of Honor for a while, that he looked too indie, that his physique wasn't good enough, that his gear, he had gotten new gear by this point, but that, his gear didn't always look great. But more than that, I think what some people don't understand, because I remember, I think getting into it with Brian Alvarez on the Figure 4 board at the time when they would occasionally review Ring of Honor DVDs of the next year or so. And Brian was, not to be fair, not the only person that felt this way. They felt like, I don't think they got what Hero was trying to do, because what Hero's going to do starting here and more is he's kind of going to rub it in the Ring of Honor fans' faces. He's going to start doing things like he does here. He does jumping jacks and push-ups, and he's going to start doing a million needless kip-ups and flips. And the whole idea was he was doing this over-the-top indie athleticism to kind of mock the fans, in the sense of, you are the fans that some of you didn't want me in Ring of Honor in part because you thought I was too boring or too much on the mat or so now I'm going to do all this needless shit to kind of rub it in your face and be like, look, I can do the flips. Don't you love it? You should clap for it. And I feel again, Matt, what you were saying with the Claudio stuff, if you were just watching the Ring of Honor stuff and not watching the IWA Mid-South stuff, I feel like a lot of people were dropping in because Ring of Honor had the buzz. You see Chris Hero, and you're just taking what he's doing, everything about him, at face value and going, oh, he's looking like as Dave wrote in this blurb, like he comes from a bad indie. But part of that, at least part of that, I believe, was
is that
by
his
design.
gimmick is that he's a bad indie wrestler in ROH.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. But if you don't know that context, you just take that as face value, and that was the frustrating thing.
And also, just one last thing, even as Gabe was pushing Chris Hero here, if you've heard later interviews with him, he still wasn't super thrilled with Hero's shtick. Cause I've heard him say, like, oh, it's really annoying that when I was booking Chris Hero was doing this comedy thing, but as soon as I left, he became this ass kicker who was like one of the most awesome wrestlers there was. And Gabe wishes that he had that version of Hero in ROH. And he did book him a bit in Evolve later, and it seemed like he really enjoyed that version of Chris Hero, which we all did. But so, I think everyone could agree Hero was incredibly talented. I think his choices were definitely divisive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Bix, I'm sure you have things to say. Yeah.
I mean, the thing that jumped out at me immediately when I read the notes initially, when you sent them to me about this, though, was that, like, I think if you were to ask people who had been following Chris Hero for a few years, I think most of them would say that his biggest strength as a worker at that point was his selling.
Yeah.
And then also, like, especially with hindsight, like, Seth Rollins sells the way he does because he was on all these shows with Hero and Hero was mentoring him. There's a whole influence chain there of Hero selling. That said, heel Hero in CZW and ROH is doing a very, like, showy, stoogey selling style that, even though, and again, he was very theatrical as a babyface selling in that era too, but it was more of like a Ricky Morton type thing. Here, I'm trying to figure out what to compare it to, but again, it goes to what we were just talking about, though, where, like, if his selling comes off like a bad indie wrestler, it's specifically because the idea is to give off the idea that he doesn't belong.
Yeah.
Like, that is clearly intentional. So, I feel like, given the context of the feud, with the CCW feud, and how Gabe really was using, very selective about who he used from CZW, like, I feel like it's kind of obvious, though, that that's Hero doing that on purpose, Like, if you know at all what's going on, and I feel like Dave did keep up with the CZW feud, like, I don't think it should be that hard to figure out what Hero's doing here.
I'd be curious to know if Dave, at this point, had seen any other Chris Hero matches besides the stuff he did in ROH.
He was not watching IWA Mid-South stuff. Like, I remember people would try to get him to watch it, and he wouldn't.
Yeah.
You like Bix, you would think that people would get that, because people like me were openly telling those guys, like, no, this is a parody, but I think people, again, they just didn't get it because a lot of people were just kind of dropping in for Ring of Honor, and I think anything that did not look in a very specific kind of wrestling, a certain style, anything that was kind of meta or referencing the larger indie scene, even with people like me that were kind of like screaming like, you don't have to like this, but this is not, you're taking this so literally when I think this is by design. I could probably look up the arguments, but when a young me, like, I was probably told, like, no. And again, like Matt just said, Gabe didn't really completely get Hero till the young knockout kid era of Hero. I think a lot of people kind of didn't get Hero until he did something that was maybe more easily digestible, that wasn't quite as layered, more, it's easy to understand. Guy hits a lot of elbows, can beat you with any one of them, big ass kicker. This was more layered and complicated.
And we should give the context, too, of what his CZW gimmick was and really what his main storyline had been in, like, the previous, 2 years of his, like, main indies, like, IWA and CZW and stuff. So, forget, when did he start in CZW?
If you don't know, we don't know, because we're
bad on memory. I have Page Match open, so I'll double check.
Ring of Honor, we can correct. Other stuff, not so good.
Okay, so he had become a regular in CZW actually earlier than I thought. Like, okay, he is there as a regular, it looks like, starting, in spring 04. So right around when I was thinking. He goes into CZW and he's doing this heel gimmick where he's great technical wrestler Chris Hero, and oh, look at all of the dozens of cravat variations I can do. Which, at the same time, he's setting up his heel turn in IWA, where his gimmick is, not his gimmick, the storyline that they end up telling is basically Chris Hero is too inside his own head and letting his matches go on too long and trying to show off all the things he's learned. And he ends up, like, going on a losing streak and snapping. And he's more of a serious heel there. But still, like, all of this is the context of what actually, on top of all the Gabe weirdness about Hero and the idea of him being unworthy, it's all of that mixed together. And from that, you get, ROH era that you have at this time.
Yeah. I think the lesson from this is don't ever do anything complicated or sophisticated ever in life. That's what I'm going to take from this. I know a very valuable lesson that I've been actually following unintentionally my entire life. But
yeah, I know. We're doing a good job of that.
That sounds like something you would tweet.
Exactly. After the match, the crowd pops, but then they chant bullshit. So it's one of those funny moments where a crowd like gets excited because they realize they saw something that you're not going to see often, like a title change in the center of Ring of Honor. And then like a half second later, they realize, oh, but they're heels, so we should boo.
Yeah.
So they
I
chant
did want to say, by the way, too, because I don't want to forget, Claudio's timing on that briefcase shot was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Just
definitely.
getting in with the briefcase shot, sliding it out of the ring, getting out of the, in a match where the execution on a lot of the big spots was kind of wonky, he was perfect there.
And Aries takes a great bump to the floor off that. Yeah, like that is well done, which again makes the pause after that. It just feels like if they had just gone bam bang to a finish, you would have had a more impactful end. But yeah,
I'm just gonna say one last thing about
go on.
about Dave's comments. Just thinking about it more. It's crazy to think of the Dave Meltzer who would go to PWG in the 2010s and give every match 5 stars. To be so critical of someone like Claudio Castagnoli and the indie stuff. It's I wonder what was it just the Young Bucks being nice to him that made him completely change his mindset? I'm I don't mean to be kind of snarky about it, but I'm very curious. What clicked in Dave's mind that allowed him to be so much more reverent of indie wrestling versus the way he was constantly in the 2000s.
Well, Matt, and I think Bix would know this as well as anybody because Between the Sheets obviously does a lot of newsletter research, but I think we've seen the evolution of doing this show, how long it took a lot of people, not just Dave, but especially Dave, to kind of realize the indies weren't what they used to be. Like post ECW, post WCW, where you had this glut of talent that was, because there was, Matt and I, and I'm sure again, if you've been reading the Observers, there were so many times, and it had slowed down by this point, but you would still see stuff like this pop up. But so often in the early years of ROH, Dave would review a match and give it a praise from Ring of Honor, but then be like, this wouldn't work in WWE for this reason. Or this guy was great here, but he wouldn't work in WWE for, everything was reviewed from the prism of, this was great. It got a great reaction. I enjoyed it, but here's why it wouldn't work in WWE. Here's why it's indie, quote unquote. And I feel like by this point, he had really come a long way, but it would still peak out. And so I don't know if it was so much the PWG as much as a progression of, I think he just got late to the party of, the indies aren't this place for the dregs or the cast-offs or the green guys that are buying. The wrestling scene is completely changed. There is a glut of talent that is not being served, and there's this embarrassment of riches, and you are actually seeing some of the best wrestling in the world on the indies, and it being good is just, it's not lesser than. And I think probably until the heyday of NXT, a lot of people still had this belief that what worked on the indies could not work in the mainstream. And it probably took the influx into NXT to really change a lot of minds. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not cynical enough here, Matt. Maybe it was the PWG thing, but I really think that this is more of a progression of Dave that he's in the middle of here in 2006.
I think both are accurate because think about it this way. until he starts going to PWG, which was when it was before like the 2016 peak. It was like what, 2014?
Probably around there.
He didn't see any of these people live.
Yeah, being in California, and unless you went to PWG, you weren't seeing these guys very often, in California.
Yeah, unless you were on the 2001 King of the Indies, he probably hadn't seen you live.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He had, he'd seen Joe, he'd seen Loki, he'd seen Danielson and guys like that on that weekend of shows. But otherwise, APW would be running at times in this era, but they weren't flying in a lot of Northeast guys or anything. There was no West Coast Pro doing an eclectic mix. There was nothing like that he would be going to see. So I think that definitely helped change things and I think something that attests to that is, Trevor, I know you remember this. What was the big joke when Dave started getting into PWG? And then especially after a couple of years, that he wasn't watching Evolve.
Yeah, people would, that's another thing, people would try and get him to watch Evolve, and say, there's good stuff here too, but.
With the same wrestlers you were seeing in PWG, also this is a WWE affiliated company now. On top of that, why are you not watching this?
But again, a lot got left out because I feel like Dave only ever had time for one indie in his priority. So Ring of Honor, then PWG. And cause I remember even obviously it's weird, feels weird to praise this guy now given all the accusations and drama, but I remember when Matt Riddle got booked for PWG for the first time, and Dave was real into PWG in that era, and he was running down every was Bull or something. He was running down every entry, and Matt Riddle, he was kind of puzzled by because he's oh, this guy is going to be really green and not to the PWG standard. And anyone that had been watching indies at that time knew that Matt Riddle had taken to wrestling like a fish to water and was one of
you can still say Matt Riddle is incredibly talented at pro wrestling. Yeah.
But, and it's once Dave saw him in PWG, then he changed his tune too. But it was there's all sorts of things you can find throughout the last 20 years of wrestling where it's you can tell, the Chris Hero stuff, you can tell that Dave's coming from a view of he's only watching the number one indie, and there's going to be things he misses in context because he simply does not have the time or willingness to see the other ones that might give you on some things you're going to lose context, and that was one of those things, I think, a lot of those examples pop up, but.
Yeah, and I think it's a proximity thing too, that Gabe is someone he knew. So Gabe being the person who tells him, or all these then longtime subscribers telling him to go to PWG. Yeah. I think it's that kind of thing too, that affects it. There was an example I was going to give that further illustrated this, but whatever. I forgot.
It's okay. So anyway, after the match, like I said, we get another round of dueling Kings of Wrestling shut the fuck up chants that we had gotten throughout the match, except this time the Kings of Wrestling chants sound louder to me than they did earlier. It sounds like it's weird, despite us kind of all thinking the match was kind of weirdly put together. The crowd seemed to like them more as they went on, and then they really sell the Aries being beat to shit big. They have Roddy and a student have to carry him to the back, so they really put that over big. And then we go to BJ Whitmer in his home. His foot's in a cast.
Speaking of people who we've learned things about since.
Yeah, this has been an uncomfortable year between that, the Davey Richards revelations through the years, Bix. It's been an uncomfortable year for us to talk about.
BJ especially, though.
Yes, that is
someone who genuinely was no one saw this coming at all.
Well, we've said this before.
He had his addiction issues, but you don't think of that as a precursor to that.
We said this before at the time, listeners will know this, but the show before the Whitmer allegations came out that we reviewed, the last show that happened in the timeline, was War of the Wire 2, which is, BJ versus Necro Butcher, which in some ways is one of BJ's shining moments in Ring of Honor. And, we had always been probably pretty par for the course, how we saw BJ Whitmer, along with how most people probably saw him in Ring of Honor. We gave him a little praise, but overall thought he's just kind of a decent, but nothing. And we kind of gave a love letter based on that match to BJ and being was heartwarming that like, oh, look at this guy. And I went and watched some of his shoot interview from years back, and he seemed like a nice guy. And I was just like, we really kind of gave him his flowers, like, for the first time ever. And then, like, days or weeks later, that happens. And, like, the very next show, it was like, well, we picked the, not that, look, things happen, but it was like the most inopportune time to have, like, a BJ Whitmer Admiration Society. We somehow found it through the wheels of time. But, anyway, BJ's here, his foot in a cast. BJ says his hat's off to Jimmy Jacobs for succeeding where so many failed. He was the one who put BJ on the shelf. He said, Jimmy didn't take him out of this business, though. His ankle had to be surgically reconstructed, and doctors are telling him he can't step in the ring for 12 to 16 weeks. BJ says each and every step he has to take on crutches, every second he spends in physical therapy will drive him to be back in 8. Jimmy has crossed a line. Now there's no turning back. So just a little thing to keep you reminding that BJ's on his way back.
This was a lot preferable to when Dan Moff would cut his promos after his low-key injury.
Oh, we're just on a roll of absolutely startling human beings right now, aren't we?
I mean, this show is about 2000's Ring of Honor. What you gonna do? Yeah, so when Dan Moff had his injury, and if you remember that, Trevor, from Glory by Honor 3, where he was at home in a neck brace, and he just cut this, like, really weird, just, like, super long promo that was awkward, and, like, this was short at least, and to the point. So I don't think I can complain too much about it.
So that brings us to the semi-main event, the GHC heavyweight title match. Naomichi Marufuji scored to the ring by Muhammad Yone, Takashi Sugiura, Takeshi Morishima. Successfully defends the GHC heavyweight title when he defeats Nigel McGuinness via pinfall in 23 minutes, 32 seconds after he hit a top rope Shiranui. A couple notes before we give the opinions on the match. Dave wrote in The Observer, it was actually no officials who suggested having Marufuji make this first title defense here, probably because of the idea that it was in New York. They also had no problem with putting Kenta's match as the challenger for the ROH title on after their own world title. And then Dave would add, Noah, when it comes to its title situation, books well in advance, and it was not a coincidence that Marufuji was booked on the New York show and he won the title the week before. No officials wanted him to defend the title in New York. So while it was played up as he won the title and ROH lucked into getting the first defense, you had to play it up that way. So yeah, for those who don't know, Marufuji had literally won the GHC title from Jun Akiyama a week before this double shot. So, and Ring of Honor was getting the first title defense from him. But it's interesting that Dave basically says that was by design. And again, kind of one of the themes, I guess, of his reporting on the show was like how much like Noah was into getting kind of the trappings of like brushes with the U.S., like getting that endorsement from Bruno Sammartino, getting footage from U.S. shows where the crowd was reacting big to their stars, getting, a title defense in New York, things like that. So, for the match, Bobby Cruz in the ring announces that for the first time, the historic GHC heavyweight title will be defended outside Japan. And Bobby Cruz even reads an official declaration for the title match, Pro Wrestling Noah style. And, this is a match that very much feels like a Noah match on American soil. It just has that cadence where it's a slower, deliberate pace to start. And even by the end, there's throwing these huge bombs, but they generally get a little more room to breathe between each of them than a lot of modern U.S. indie wrestling. U.S. indie wrestling was really shifting towards having these really frenetic finishes where it's just a blitz of big moves at the end, where this was more like All Japan Noah, where you can see the big moves coming. They take longer to set up. It builds the anticipation, and then they milk the moment for a little longer after with selling. There are certainly flaws to this match. I'll say right off the top. Like, the opening is pretty slow, not in a way I hated, but some might dislike that. It's a lot of leg work by Marufuji and arm work by Nigel that when we get into the second half of the match and the action picks up, it's kind of largely forgotten, doesn't really play into things. And it does have big bombs, though. And that's what the last third of this match is. That's what this match lives or dies on. Like we mentioned earlier, Nigel's fully completed his transition into big lariat, big bomb, big match Nigel. We get Marufuji doing a Shiranui off the apron to the floor, like in the middle of the match where you're not expecting a spot that big yet. And I feel that kind of jolts the crowd into it. You get, this match is done under Noah rules, so you get the 20 count on the floor, which adds a nice little touch where Nigel, after spinning his Pure Rain winning by count in nefarious means so often. Now he has to kind of valiantly fight to beat the count himself, which is always a nice little twist. And there's some things I didn't like Nigel does his own apron variation of the Tower of London, and it was done very safe, but didn't look very great as a result. There's a moment where Marufuji pops up immediately after taking a regular Tower of London, and he does the Shiranui and then drops down doing the delayed saw, which is a very common Noah All Japan trope. Sometimes I don't mind it. Sometimes I think it's kind of ridiculous. I felt this time was kind of ridiculous. But you know what? Crowd loved it. So anyway, for all those mild to moderate issues, I thought it was just so fun to see this crowd with you wacky boys in it who were pretty quiet and respectful during the low-key opening portion, just losing their minds for that final third, the way they haven't for anything on the show thus far. Just insane pops. I was kind of, in fact, shocked at how big the pops were for Nigel's near falls, that this crowd seemed to buy that Nigel could dethrone Marufuji in his first title defense a week after he won the title in an ROH show in New York City. But, when we rewatched Danielson Nitro from Unified, I thought, it was still a great match. It wasn't as perfect as I thought when I watched it at the time. But I also thought my quibbles don't matter because it was a match where the end and the things that are great about it are so great, people won't remember the flaws and the little things I can nitpick. And while I do not feel like this match is on that level of that match, I feel similarly about this match where the things that are great about this match, like that final third, to me, that's all that matters, I think, to anyone that watched it live, most people that bought it on DVD. I know there are people that like this match better than Kenta Danielson. I do not agree with that, but I can see.
Now they do? Still?
I think Sean Radican, even in the Torch at the time, was I thought this match was better than Kenta Danielson.
Was Sean at the show, or was he watching the DVD?
I'm not sure about that.
I think I can speak to that, but continue, yeah.
So,
go ahead.
I would just say
you were about to get anyway.
I'll wrap up and just say I would say this I would give this a flat 4 stars. I think this is a flawed match with a really exciting, dramatic, entertaining final third with all those big moves. And to me, for this crowd, that final third, I'm sure people that live that night came away bigger. I'm just looking at my notes quick before I throw it to you guys. I was just trying to see, here, even Dave Meltzer in The Observer, based on live notes, this is before he saw the DVD, I'll just read this quote. He wrote, "Lots of Match of the Year chants. Some thought this was even better than the main event." So clearly he was getting told by somebody, even Dave. Some people I'm telling you guys, doing on my research, some people liked this match better than Kenta Danielson. I from the sounds of your guys' reactions, I don't think you or I are going to be this, but some people did. Bix, what did you think?
Okay, so here's what I can say to that, and I think Matt will agree with me on this. I mean, that night, and historically, and, rewatching it now, I liked the main event better, and I think the main event pretty much held up. But in the building, I can see why someone liked this match better. Because you were getting a actual GHC title match that was worked like a GHC title match. It was not a night off. It felt like you were getting a real Noah title match main event. Almost like kind of the appeal of Joe Kobashi, but without the legend stuff. Without the religious experience, but the fact that Kobashi worked it like it was a Budokan main event.
Yeah.
And here again, you are getting, and now especially throw in almost a year of Noah DVDs being sold at ROH shows. So I get that. It feels like you're getting that genuine experience. Whereas even though it's an incredible match, and it's maybe the best version of the Bryan Danielson style of match that you'll ever see, the main event is still something more familiar as a Bryan Danielson title defense.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And yeah, I agree that part of the appeal of that is, like the Joe versus Kobashi, these both feel like matches where if they were doing this in the main event of a Noah show, this would have been the same match. They're not giving you a lesser than in Ring of Honor. So yeah, I get there's a big appeal to that. Well, Matt, what'd you think about it? I'll throw to you quick because you haven't talked. What'd you think about this?
Well, first of all, I pretty much, in terms of your analysis of the match, I pretty much agree with you completely. But I also agree with Bix about, like, if you were there that night, you would not find it strange that somebody might say that they liked Nigel versus Marufuji better. Like, just the atmosphere, it was just different. Like, I think on video, it's clearer which match is superior. But on the night, I remember watching this match and being like, how in the hell could Danielson and KENTA like follow this? I don't think it was possible. And actually, if you watch that Danielson versus KENTA match, it does take a little bit for the crowd to kind of get fully back awake, like, and you know, because they're so drained they got so into those final few minutes of McGuinness versus Marufuji. I mean, I don't think it was hotter than the final sequence of the main event, but it was at least as hot as that final sequence of the main event. I remember, like, even though I thought this was a great match, probably around 4 stars, maybe even 4.25. Like, I remember when I watched it back on DVD, being a little bit disappointed that it didn't match just the absolute, like, bliss that I was in watching it live, because it was such an incredible atmosphere. Like, it didn't, I don't think it, like, this is definitely a match that was unbelievable live and just, like, really good or excellent on video. Sometimes you have matches like that. The one thing I will say, I think that it was pretty common for Noah title matches in this era to have limb work at the beginning that didn't really factor into the final sequence in the match, and you just sort of had to accept that. And if you didn't, you weren't going to like this match, so it doesn't really matter. The one thing I will say is that fighting spirit moment that you mentioned where Nigel hits the Tower of London and then Marufuji pops up and hits the Shiranui, and Prazak yells, "Fighting spirit!" Like, that's sort of, to me, the old school version of fighting spirit, where somebody hits one big move and then the recipient of that move pops up and in their last bit of energy hits their own big move before both guys collapse, versus I think the modern version that you might see in like AEW or PWG, it's sometimes where it's just like guys just hit like a big flurry of moves and keep getting up, and then eventually they collapse, and it just becomes more and more ridiculous. So, but at the same time, I do wonder if Jim Cornette watched this match, what he would have thought of that spot. But yeah, no, I thought this was totally serious Nigel. It was obviously serious Marufuji. And by the way, one thing you could find Marufuji clearly enjoying was a moment where he was working on Nigel's leg and the crowd started booing him. Like, he paused for a second and got this smirk on his face, like, oh, I'm being a heel in America. Like, this is fun. But yeah, I think the vibe of this match elevated it even more. Because I'm going to talk at the end about sort of the vibe or the tone and how that affected perception of this show, because you've definitely had other shows with 2 great main events back to back. I could think just back to the Unified show we reviewed recently. But I don't think you ever, even after this, had 2 ROH main events back to back that quite had the tone that these 2 matches had. I'll kind of wait to expand on that.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I think that was interesting.
I think you're right. I mean, again, it's like it feels like ROH is like the even in a way the Kobashi match wasn't. This is ROH becoming part of like the international stage of pro wrestling.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it felt like a shift to where it's like, okay, a year ago maybe it was ROH, paying to book Kobashi. But over the course of KENTA being in as a regular, leading into this with these 2 matches, it feels like it's like, oh, ROH is on Noah's level at a time where Noah is probably it's the consensus hottest and best company in pro wrestling. So, like, it makes sense that it feels different.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because this whole year for Ring of Honor 2006 really was, I feel like, again, a transition where, largely because of the Noah, but also because of the Dragon Gate stuff, where I think the fans' expectations went from like when a big foreign star comes in or legend comes in and like gives a really hard, honest effort to be like grateful, like, wow, we didn't quite expect you to try that much, to we're getting to the point now where I think fans are going to start to expect it in the timeline. Like, just like, yeah, when you come here, you do this. We get a title match. You work hard. And I feel like there was still some novelty at this point, but it was performances like this show where it turned from a novelty to an expectation. So
yes. And and I think even like, going back to what we were talking about earlier with Kobashi and the perfect match, like, Matt will probably agree with me on this. I don't think anyone was expecting the level of match we got. I thought we were going like that. I feel like, especially with the ticket prices not being raised or anything, with Kobashi, it felt like, okay, we're getting to see Kenta Kobashi, Joe's the right opponent, etc. But I don't think any of us expected what we got, unless you were someone who had gotten the Observer before you left for the show and read the thing about the perfect match.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, yeah, I think as I was watching, if you're talking about Joe versus Kobashi specifically, like, as I was watching that match, I was definitely like, yeah, I think this is going to be good and Joe's going to work hard. But, like, I think, like, as I was watching it live, I was, like, pinching myself. It's like, Kobashi's really doing this, and he's doing this here in this little shitty room. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is insane. Like, I kept, like, telling me, like, this is really happening, like, in front of me. Like, it's crazy. It's really crazy. And I mean, I think that elevated the expectation. But I actually will say, I don't think I quite expected Marufuji and Nigel to pull out the stops that they pulled out either. Like, they really went for it in that final sequence too. And I think that we're still in an era where, yeah, there is this novelty. Like, wow, they're really doing a GHC World title match. Wow, they're really doing Kobashi actually wrestling as Kobashi. Like, it was really fortunate time if you lived in a part of the country that ROH was running and would book these Japanese stars. It was like nothing that had ever really happened in the United States ever before.
Yeah, and I think younger fans might not appreciate, because not to be old, the kids don't know how good they have it, but like,
you can live in North Dakota and see Minoru Suzuki.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Like, the amount of legends you get to see, and also just the general level of effort and how much respect they put in, is so much different. Where, in 2003 Ring of Honor, when Muto gives you like a B level performance, you're like grateful, because you're like, I was expecting like a D minus, like a working vacation performance, and he clearly is giving like a third of a shit, and that is so far removed just a few years later of what you'd expect from like big legends.
And it's not even just going to the shows live. Like, I mean, just a couple of years ago, AEW just like randomly on a Friday night was like, you know what? We're going to have Minoru Suzuki against Bryan Danielson, and we're just going to put it on live on YouTube, and it's going to be freaking awesome. And it's just like, yeah, of course. Why not do that? And that would have been so beyond novel back in the 2000s, and basically just impossible in the 90s, at least from an American promotion.
I mean, God, I saw Eddie Kingston and Junior Akiano wrestle each other twice on a few days' notice a year ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically a year ago to the day that we're recording this. Yeah.
Yeah, even go back to the Observer quote I read earlier, where Dave is just like still acting like, how rare it was for Japanese wrestlers, like how even for him it's still this novelty of like, they're actually, there's a crowd in US that's actually taking them seriously, and giving them respect. It was still a novelty for them too, that they were getting this. But going to just the notes of the Observer, Dave wrote, based on the live reports, they did a lot of early mat work as usual in a long Noah main event. They lost the crowd early on, but did so many big moves that they got them back. Crowd chanted heavily for Marufuji. He was like a new person, both in confidence as champion and respect from the crowd, who he had not been over that big with of late. And I will say, and I pointed this on the show the night before, Marufuji did look like he had more confidence with that title. Like, his title reign is not very long, but it definitely looked like on this weekend he had a little pep in his step. But
swagger, yeah.
He didn't look like he was playing heavyweight anymore.
Yeah. And then we go to Dave once he had seen the entire show. He wrote, Marufuji has had a tougher time getting over in ROH. Unlike Kenta, who was clearly a cut above at the level of Joe or Danielson. Marufuji is a Japanese wrestler who is great in many ways, but ROH has a lot of guys who are close to his size and at his level.
Mm-hmm.
But him coming out with the GHC heavyweight title and the fans understanding this was the first time that belt had ever been defended in the U.S., gave people a measure of respect for him that they didn't have in the past. Today, it's not the belt who makes the person, but the person who makes the belt. But the GHC title belt has been protected enough to where in this case the opposite was also true. This was another match that didn't feel great until you got to the end. This match was more based on spectacular moves built around Marufuji Shiranui and McGuinness's Tower of London. Marufuji first did the move to the top, off the top rope to the floor. McGuinness did a cool spot where he got caught up in the ropes like Terry Funk used to, but he came right back with a clothesline, which again, I'll point out, if you want proof that Dave wasn't watching even much Ring of Honor at this point, Nigel had been doing this spot regularly for like the entire year. So
hadn't he seen the Unified match? Where
I think but again, he's probably not watching frequently enough to like even remember that like, oh, I've seen him do this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be frank, like I was going to every New York show, but I was not getting every DVD. I had not seen him do the pendulum clothesline until that show.
He's been doing it for quite a bit. It's interesting. McGuinness at one point did the Tower of London, and Marufuji got right up and did the Shiranui, and then both collapsed. That's total Japanese style, and something you'd be taught to avoid in the U.S. because of the idea it kills the first guy's finisher to get right back up from it. All night long, it felt like a Noah-style audience, and the reaction to this spot proved it. The finish saw Marufuji get McGuinness in the face, give him a coast-to-coast drop, kick off the top rope, and finish with the Shiranui off the top rope for the pin in a 4-star match. So that was Dave's view. And we also got, again, talking about rare things for Ring of Honor, a post-match ROH replay that showed the hard cam view of the coast-to-coast dropkick. ROH very rarely did replays at this point. And that brings us to the main event. ROH World title match. Bryan Danielson successfully defends the title when he defeats KENTA via submission in 33 minutes, 1 second when he made him tap out to cattle mutilation. So before I throw it to you guys, we got some background, and Matt, I will cue you for the classic book. Well, we always save the book for Matt, the Bryan Danielson book, that is. So first we'll go to the Observer. After 4 years in business, Ring of Honor, like every promotion, has figured out a booking strategy. In the old days, you'd build for a certain peak date, whether it was Starrcade or WrestleMania or holiday spectaculars. The AWA liked to peak in cage matches in the spring before Crusher would get into his predictable fight. Ring of Honor strategy is a big show in the fall because the big money comes in DVD sales, and they want something hot to be released by Thanksgiving weekend. For months, Gabe Sapolsky has planned angles to build for September 16th for the company's debut at the Manhattan Center. He knew of a few things. The New York promo by Jim Cornette to build the Homicide feud for the December 23rd return to New York at Final Battle. He counted on an almost year-long build for Bryan Danielson versus KENTA for the ROH title, designed to be the company's classic match of the year. Deals were made at the beginning of the year for KENTA to pick up win after win against ROH stars, using To Go to Sleep as his finish. It was all booked to build for the spot where he'd use the move on Danielson, but Danielson would kick out and come back to win cleanly with the cattle mutilation. A monkey wrench was nearly thrown into those plans when Danielson's shoulder and chest were torn up, and he really shouldn't be wrestling, but he did anyway. Matt, that brings us to, I guess, something, again, which is a huge story of this match. Bryan Danielson saw in this match and on his shoulder injury from his book, Yes. Do you have the quote with you, Matt? Because if not, I can supply it to you.
Yes, so I'll start with the paragraph right after he talks about the Cabana match. So there might be some overlap with what I read on that episode, but it starts, after I flew back to Philadelphia the next morning, I went to the hospital. The doctor told me I had partially torn 2 tendons and, more distressingly, separated my right shoulder. The same one I separated in 2000 and the same side I'd have problems with later on in my career. I had bookings over the next 2 weeks, which for the first time in my career I had to cancel due to injury. In 3 weeks, I was scheduled to wrestle Japanese star KENTA. And I'll put the part to put in parentheses. Now Hideo Itami in WWE, which we all, of course, remember so fondly, for the ROH Championship in New York City. Everyone knew I was hurt because Ring of Honor had covered my injury on their website. Given my reported condition and how KENTA was positioned around the time, most people expected him to beat me. In American wrestling, if somebody has a legit injury, you try to mostly stay away from it to avoid further injury. For example, with my shoulder hurt, someone might attack my leg. In Japan, if the fans know you have a real injury, the wrestlers almost feel obligated to treat it like a legitimate fight and attack an injured body part to avoid insulting the intelligence of the fans. KENTA and I took the Japanese route. Instead of protecting it, KENTA kicked the shit out of my right arm the entire match. My girlfriend at the time was in the crowd, and she was literally crying in the middle of the match, with one of the other wrestlers trying to settle her by telling her I was okay. But I was more than okay. I felt alive. With the emotion of the crowd, the physical intensity of the match, and the story that was told throughout, it is undoubtedly one of my favorite matches of my career. When I put KENTA in the cattle mutilation and he tapped out, the crowd erupted. It was one of those times when the pain was worth it.
So, Bix, as the guest, I think we should let you lead off. But, yeah, this is a rarity, obviously, if you're a Bryan Danielson fan, to see him wrestling with a severe injury. Like, we haven't seen that much ever since. So, how'd you see, like, this rare match where he's wrestling with a severe injury and having a great performance? What's it like revisiting this after seeing this live? This is one of those matches, by the way, intensely jealous that you and Matt both got to see this live.
It is a close number 2 best match I've ever seen live behind Joe Kobashi. And I felt like, and this is not the first time I've rewatched it. I've rewatched it on YouTube a couple times and stuff. Which, yes, by the way, even though the show is not on Honor Club, this match at least is on YouTube in its entirety on the ROH YouTube. I thought it held up completely. I thought it was everything I remembered it to be, and in some ways maybe even better, because I did not think the opening part of the match was lacking at all, kind of the way that Dave says in his write-up. Mm-hmm. Like, I thought it just built and built, but the early stuff and the early mat work felt like it meant something. The strike exchanges were good. It never felt aimless. And then it just turns into what, like, you can say there are Danielson matches that are better matches, but like I said earlier, in terms of, like, the Danielson structure, I think this is, like, the example. I think this is the match you point to. And the thing that I always, like, the comparison I make, I feel like you guys, if anyone gets what I'm about to say, you guys will. I find it so strange, though, like, the specific ways that he builds those false finishes towards the end and all that. The other big match of his that is worked closest to the same way is the Cena match. Like, if you think about it,
which I will say, not to brag, but I was also at, so, like, I have.
Son of a bitch.
He just wants to really impress Matt.
No, I did just want to brag, yeah.
But do you guys get what I'm saying? That, like, in a weird way, despite being two completely different opponents, that those two matches are, like, oddly similar?
Not only two different opponents, two different characters. Because he was like, here he was like the dominant, like, serious world beater character. And there he was still playing the underdog plucky baby face. And he was still able to kind of fit this structure in, and it made sense with both of those characters.
Yes. And just two completely different styles of opponent and everything. But I do, I was at this one live. I mean, you'd be able to tell me which you prefer, but, like, I do think this is at least a little better than the Cena match, but I thought it held up completely. I thought it shows everything great about both guys. I thought Prazak on the call was absolutely fantastic. I feel like, at least the last, now it's almost 2 years since the Indie Hall of Fame induction, I feel like Prazak's been getting his flowers more, but, like, here, you can see why he and then later Lenny, in terms of calling a pre-taped show, just doing a voiceover and making it sound live, I can't think of anyone better. Like, especially in ROH.
Especially considering that a lot of times these were like, as I learned from Between the Sheets, Lenny Leonard episode that I plugged, that, these were like often marathon, like, 2 shows in one night recordings, that, and occasionally you can hear it really get to them. Like Matt and I occasionally go, oh, you can tell they're getting tired. But yeah, like for a big match like this, to get up for it still, in the middle of the night when you've probably covered, 5-6 hours of wrestling.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a feat.
Yeah, I mean, to elaborate too for a second, like, so the deal was, was that after the RF split, Sal Hamaoui did, all the production on the ROH DVDs, and I think he was the one who had them pressed and everything. So the way it worked was that FIP weekends, because he's in Florida, would be when the commentary was done. That's why, Prazak and whoever had like their kind of out of place Florida color guys like Mark Nolte and MSL, because they were local. And then, Lenny eventually gets a shot because he's local and he's a great fit. But all these were them sitting on Sal's couch watching the shows on a big screen TV holding microphones.
Yeah. And often, again, trying to cram 2 shows in, like, we're pulling an all-nighter, like, just
I mean, this is
insanity.
Right. After the FIP show is completed, they have to finish up at the FIP show, then go to Sal's house, and then spend all night recording commentary.
And then get on a plane and go back home. Like,
yes.
Just insane.
And I just thought that Prazak did such a good job getting up for the near falls and all that. Like, so especially for ROH, I would say by far Prazak and Lenny are the best at doing it. And I think as far as the voiceover thing, like, and I don't say that to sell them short or to sell Ian and Caprice or anyone else short, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I feel like undisputedly they are the best at that. I mean, when it comes to just voiceovers, I mean, it sounds like live, period. The only other person I think comes close is Morrow when he did the New Japan stuff for Access. So, and then like the thing I think of too is that, as far as how much he enhances it, because it was a great spot live too, and you could tell from the crowd reaction, that O'Connor roll near fall that Danielson hits is great already on its own, and Prazak's call made it even better. Like, I remember the last time I rewatched that match before this, like that spot just really stood out because like it's this simple move, but the way they lead up to it with the attempts on the Busaiku knee and Danielson dodging and hitting the most perfect O'Connor roll into a bridge you've ever seen in your life. It's just the execution on it is so good that everyone bid on it as if it might have been the finish. And it's like, the only thing I can compare it to now is like, you can argue it's a bit of a tell, but I think it's fine because, of course, someone making more of an effort to pin someone would work. Like, it's like now, like, I feel like when MJF wins with a cradle, you can tell it's the finish because it looks better than the other cradles. Kind of like that.
Yeah, and for people like, and the other thing that listening to you say that like remind me of about the O'Connor role and stuff is, again, another thing from an honorable mention when they talked about, I think Hagedorn mentioned that like, this is after, again, we've covered, the serious shoulder injury Danielson suffered. I think he was saying that like, Danielson at this point was still training at the guys at the ROH wrestling school, that like Danielson was severely compromised, like to the point where like he couldn't do bridges and stuff during training because it was causing him so much pain. Like the amount that he was just having to gut through to even do spots like that in this match, is he makes it look easy in this match, but I have to imagine based on what he wrote and from what I've heard from people, like that this was extremely painful to do this. And,
and it does get more obvious that he is hurting as the rest of the year goes on.
Yeah, his body breaks down more as the rest of the year goes on. But Matt, what do you think about how do you think of you revisiting this too? That you're another person there live, obviously, that got to rewatch it now.
Yeah, honestly, you're the one whose thoughts I'm anxious on, because I remember you talking about when we reviewed McGuinness versus Danielson from Unified, how that had been like sort of your like holy grail, like 2006 or ROH World Title Ultra match, and you almost felt that it didn't quite live up to your memory, and you were waiting for this one to see if this would actually top it. So I'm now waiting to hear from you. But I will just say, I mean, at the time, this was another, like, I would say the only thing that, maybe surpassed it as a live experience was Joe and Kobashi. Like, this was, you'll find this one funny, Trevor. Like, this was a match that I was just, like, thinking about for, like, days after. I know I couldn't sleep that night. And I actually went to my, at the time, therapist a few days after this I remember I was talking about like how like my week was like I was just so over the moon that I saw this, and he was trying to get me to explain to him like what could possibly have it been about like a pro wrestling match that made me so I guess euphoric would have been the word.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to explain, right? But like I tried to like just imagine like the thing that gives you the most pleasure or that you get the most excited about or that you have the most like focus on in terms of your like recreational life, and just the absolute best version of that very few people got to see, that you got to see, that is just like being talked about all over the world, and you were there and now you can't see it again for like a couple of months, but you have this anticipation that you will one day get to see it again. I don't know. It's like, it's really impossible to explain to somebody who doesn't already like wrestling, but I tried. And like this match had such an effect on me in that way. So it's very hard to be completely objective watching it. What I will say is, obviously I think this is one of the great matches in ROH history. I don't know, where it would rank, because there's still other matches I want to rewatch. Like, I know for me, the other matches from 2006, I mean, I don't want to be too premature since we will eventually do our list. Obviously the Dragon Gate 6-man, but, even as I mentioned on that show, that's such an amazing match, but it's hard for me to rank within like the pantheon of ROH matches because it was a total like guest star match. There were no ROH wrestlers in that match. So I sort of think of it as a separate thing. But then also obviously Cage of Death is one. The Danielson versus Roderick Strong match from Supercard of Honor, and several of the Danielson versus McGuinness matches, especially the unified one. And like where this ranks among those, like, I mean, highly, but I don't know exactly where. Like I said, that's kind of why I'm waiting for you, Trevor, to tell me what you think. But one thing that I observed, having seen all these Danielson title matches, is this match was totally different from all of them. In that, one thing that was sort of a distinguishing factor of Danielson's title reign is that he played around. He played with the crowd. He kind of had a smirk on his face. He didn't really worry about the pacing being too tight. He tried a bunch of different things. He was experimental. He didn't do any of that in this match. This was a tightly focused Danielson. I don't remember seeing a smile on his face once during this match. He was almost like 2002 Bryan Danielson, but with, a little bit those, a few more years of seasoning. He was serious. He was focused. Every single move in this match seemed completely thought out. There was no playing around to see where things went. The direction was clear. It went directly from the beginning to the end. There were no sort of tangents that were made during the match. And so this match was totally different than his other title matches. It was almost like he took everything he learned from the other title matches and was just like, I'm just going to keep the best stuff. And that's what he did in this match. The other thing, and I think Meltzer actually mentions this in his review, is this was really a Danielson showcase. Like some of the other KENTA matches that he had in ROH were really KENTA showcases where the memorable stuff was KENTA doing this, these amazing moves. And KENTA obviously like looked great in the match, a lot of kicks, but this was really about Danielson. And you couldn't take your eyes off of Danielson in this match, to the point where KENTA was like, I wouldn't want to say an afterthought, but I'd say more of one than he has been in any of his previous ROH matches. I feel like Danielson was on a mission and he was going to have this match. And he might have had it even if his opponent had been someone lesser than KENTA. Like, this was the moment, this was the time Danielson was going to make his claim. And so that's what he did. He, obviously his selling of the arm was great because it was genuine. It didn't totally factor into the finish, but it did lead to a really great submission spot where KENTA got Danielson in the Fujiwara armbar after Danielson went for the roaring elbow. And the crowd went nuts for that, way more than you'd think. I think for my part, at the time at least, maybe I didn't totally appreciate how bad off Danielson was. Because I don't think I really considered the possibility of Kenta winning because I just knew that they were planning on doing. Because I just knew they were planning on doing Danielson versus Homicide. I'm like, they're not going to give up that match in New York.
See, I was the opposite. I thought that with them canceling the Aries match the night before, I thought even though they were putting on a brave face and saying, "Oh, Danielson's going to keep wrestling," I thought maybe like Danielson told him I can do one match and drop the title.
Well, the other thing.
Sorry. I felt like that was kind of the prevailing view. It's like in the crowd, it's like, okay, everyone knows Danielson's shoulder is fucked. The storyline at this point really hasn't been Homicide Danielson. It's Homicide going for the belt. And obviously you want him to end the long title reign if you can. But if Danielson can't get to December, beating a huge worldwide star instead is the next best thing.
Yeah,
so,
and I think that all makes sense. I think I just didn't really appreciate it. Like one thing I remember thinking, like, they're not going to put the belt on Kenta because Kenta's a Noah guy, and how much is he even going to be able to be around? And of course, now that, you know, they put the belt on Morishima, you know, so like obviously that seems silly. But at the and you're totally right. When I was there, I was like, oh, this crowd really thinks Kenta's going to win. And that started making me doubt it as the match went along. But as the match started, I really didn't have that thought in my mind. And yeah, I think that was just me not really thinking things through because I think it was a possibility. Like if Danielson had just decided like I can't do this, Kenta would have won the title that night. Like I feel pretty sure of that. The other thing I really thought was cool about this match is when you get a match with a lot of big near falls. Now, and even then, usually it's based around big moves, devastating moves, finishers, and really, you know, you got the one big near fall off the go to sleep, and that was, you know, one of the best near falls in ROH history. But after that, it was a lot of just like maneuvering, and the near falls were still awesome. You know, whether you're talking about that O'Connor roll or Kenta getting the roll up out of the, you know, in the cattle mutilation, and then Danielson doing the roll up from the cattle mutilation, and then Danielson going to the elbows and back to the cattle mutilation, then Kenta rolls through and Danielson gets the cattle mutilation again, then back to the elbows. You know, it was just like a different style of near fall that was just as dramatic as the ones you get when you're doing, you know, Tiger Driver 91s or like Steve Austin and The Rock are exchanging each other's finishers. So I really appreciated that too. It was really just like a super brilliantly laid out match.
Yeah.
You know,
and I to add to what you just said too, it's like the thing that always struck me about the match too is like the way those false finishes towards the end go. And this is a very Danielson thing, and it's the way where it really matches the Cena match most closely is they go through enough stuff where they've used enough of like their finishers to where you're really not sure how the match could end, but all of it is carefully set up in a way where no one killed their finish.
Yeah.
You know, so at that point though, you are just completely lost in the match. You are not trying to pick up on the beats of, oh, this is the false finish they did, this is what false finish might come next. Like, none of that is in your head. You are just completely lost in the match because you have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah. I'd say one other thing that makes the Daniel Bryan versus Cena match, you know, maybe not quite as perfect as this one is like, you know, just I'd say the ending of this one, like the crowd was absolutely peaked and ready for it at the moment. Whereas in that Cena match, that was basically Danielson debuting his use of the Busai Kuni as a finisher. He had never done it in WWE before. And so I think the crowd was not totally ready for that to be the end because they had never seen him do that move before. So I think like just that moment, you know, it was still great, but this was such a perfect peak. And Kenta tapping out was so satisfying because I think a lot of people thought even if Kenta was going to lose, you know, he'd either get pinned or he'd get, you know, knocked out from the elbows. But him actually like choosing to give up to Danielson was a very symbolic moment for Danielson and for ROH. And I think that actually elevated the match to another level, just that tap out itself. So, yeah, I mean, one thing I'd be curious to know from Trevor, because I know you don't give these out often, is, you know, what sort of star rating you think you would have for this match.
Well, Matt, I know you've been looking forward to my thoughts. Hate this match. 2.25. No, I'll go. No. So
Fucking
what I'll say is,
Jockey Williams over here.
I'm going to start talking about Ginger Lynn, Bix. Going to take you back. But, like
Great.
the other arena. That's a reference for like 4 people. But,
I got it.
So I think there's 2 natural ways you could have gone with this match. Like the first is Danielson and Kenta just having be an asshole competition, because Kenta's one of the most ornery, stiff jerks of his generation, and Bryan during his whole era of Ring of Honor was also a complete grouch who could eat people up too in a great way, and I say that as a compliment. So the idea that having both these guys, that like having an opponent that will stand up to them, that's like a great hook. But on the other hand, you could go a completely different way, because everyone knew Danielson had this really severe, serious, real shoulder injury. So the natural story would have been Bryan to be the complete underdog, get his shoulder worked on the whole match. And the nice thing about this match is it really gives you both. It lets you have your cake and eat it too. Like, Kenta does brutalize Danielson's arm with those kicks, but Bryan never lets himself get dominated. And to your point, Matt, if anything, and like Dave mentions too in the quote we'll read, like, yeah, if anything, Bryan eats up Kenta a little bit. Like, this is I would say, like, Kenta's never been in a match in Ring of Honor up to this point, with maybe the exception of the low-key match, but certainly in all of 2006, where like he was not the star of the match. This match, it is a Bryan Danielson match with Kenta as the big guest star. It's not a Kenta match with Bryan Danielson as the guest star. And I think it's because Danielson really, he lets Kenta beat the shit out of that arm, but he does not let himself be dominated in this match. And a lot of times when a wrestler tries to work over a body part, they try and think as many ways as they can to attack. And that's like the fun. It's like the variety. Like, I'm going to do 8 different moves to this arm. I'm going to keep you engaged by giving you variety. Kenta doesn't do that here. He does like the Fujiwara armbar, which, like you mentioned, Matt, I'm shocked that this match has worked so well. The crowd reacts big to a Fujiwara armbar in a company that, wasn't throwing those out a lot. This isn't like Battle Arts or something, but, Kenta's majority of his work on Danielson's arm is the same roundhouse kick to that arm over and over again. And it almost, like, you could say it would be monotonous, but it actually makes it better because it's just so unrelenting. The same thing over and over again that you kind of feel Bryan's pain. Like, this guy's just kicking that leg with the same kick every now and then, like just going back to it. And you just feel for Bryan. It just feels more brutal in a sense. And it's something I would say I agree with both you guys, which is why it's great sometimes to go third on a match, because you can just take the smart things other people say and say them in a slightly different way and make yourself seem smart. But like you guys both touched on this, which is this match doesn't have any fat on it, where Matt, we've been re-reviewing this show. And for people like Bix or anyone, if you haven't been listening to every episode, like, we're huge Bryan Danielson fans. We're the Bryan Danielson Admiration Society here. But one thing you get when you rewatch his 2006 run, even by Bryan's own admission, when we had Phil Schneider on, Phil had talked to Bryan this year, and Bryan's own admission, like, some of these matches went too long. He was doing things just to try things. He just loved wrestling. And there are a lot of these long Bryan matches that go on a half hour or more, where they're a little aimless to start with, where you can kind of see Bryan just dicking around, and then eventually he kind of finds the match, so to speak. And they're still great matches. And Bix, you touched on it, and Matt, you added to it. Like, this is 33 minutes. I don't think there's an ounce of fat on this match. Like, there's nothing I would cut. There have been great Danielson matches this year where I go, I could cut 5 minutes. I could cut 10 minutes. I could maybe make it better by doing that. This is a match over a half hour long. I don't think I would cut anything. And everything feels like it should be there. And I think that's when you talk about like this being kind of a distillation of Bix of Bryan's like style. I think in the sense, like, it's a match where he finally figured, he had done great long matches before, but this is a match where it's like, it's as long as he wants to wrestle, but every part of it feels like it's been needed. I
mean, I can add, I'll see you then raise this. I think with the way those false finishes were layered towards the end, I think you could have even added a few minutes to this match at least, and it would not have worn out its welcome.
Yeah, I mean, it's paced so well. And I do want to give a shout out to one key moment, which is the moment everyone is going to say is the key moment, but there's something specific I like about it. a lot of times in wrestling growing up, when I would listen to journalists and all sorts of people talk about wrestling, I'd hear them talk about ring positioning, like, oh, this wrestler's always in the right place. And sometimes I feel like an idiot because I wouldn't always notice that. I'd be like, am I just not seeing wrestling on the level other people are seeing it? This match has one of the best examples of ring positioning I've ever seen, which is obviously the biggest spot in this whole match is Bryan is the first guy in Ring of Honor to survive the go to sleep. The move no one in Ring of Honor is kicked out of, the move that's Kenta's beaten him before with in Ring of Honor. So it starts with, Bryan is going to the top rope. Kenta tries to fight him off. He can't. Bryan goes to jump off the top rope. Kenta catches him on his shoulders. Kenta stumbles back, like takes a couple steps back, which makes complete sense because you're going to want to do the go sleep in the middle of the ring so you can pin this guy and he can't touch the ropes. Bryan takes the go sleep. Bryan takes just like two little half steps while he's kind of out on his feet and collapses. And he is in the perfect spot where if he was right next to the ropes, you would see the leg on the rope pin break coming because that's a common thing in wrestling, where if a guy's so close to the ropes, you hardly ever see a pinfall next to the ropes unless it's going to be leg on the ropes. He is just close enough where he can put his leg on the ropes and he's not so close that it telegraphs it. And likewise, when Kenta gives him the go to sleep, he's in the perfect spot where all that Bryan has to do is take one or two half steps to get to that spot, where there have been times where I've seen guys, and you've seen if you watch a lot of wrestling, where a guy like basically marches themselves to the spot they need to be in, and it looks so ridiculous. Everyone in that little sequence, it sounds simple. It's like a quick sequence when you watch it, but if you really watch it, everyone is doing exactly what they need to do, where they need to do it, so it makes perfect sense. It flows perfectly. It's like if I was going to show someone like what's an example of ring positioning, this is the sequence I would give them. I think this is one of the best matches of the year. It's one of the great Ring of Honor matches in the Pantheon. I will say this. I don't like it quite as much as you two. And I think one, probably because I didn't see it live. And I think here's one difference I will say is, and Bix, I think you touched on this, where other stuff this year, there was always this sense of, I didn't quite expect what I was going to get. Like, I told the story when I watched the unified Nigel Danielson match that, I was so happy reading the results online that Danielson won because he was my favorite wrestler. And then watching the way they worked that match in the middle, I was like, oh no, Nigel should have won this. Or like the Cage of Death. I heard great things, but I didn't quite expect to see what I got here. Like, this is a match. This is the exact match I would have dreamed up in my head, which makes it amazing. But it's like, it's kind of exactly what, if you said, what's the best case scenario for these two? This is exactly what it is. It is like the distillation of a great Bryan Danielson match of this era. And, if you want to start rating that, I'd give it 4 3/4. I would say, and I'm not a Dave Meltzer that breaks a 5. So I'm stingy. I think that's a very high rating. There's just that little last bit for me that there's not that even there's a flaw I can pick in this match. It's just, there's that one little spark that, I feel
an intangible.
Yeah. But I mean, this is, cerebrally just like nuts and bolts. This is a perfect match in some respects. It is fantastic. They play the crowd so well for everything we talked about. Absolutely perfect in that sense. I would not put on the level of Joe versus Kobashi or Joe Punk.
Okay.
But, so we'll go to the notes here quick. I know
I have a
we've been
couple
long.
things I want to add though.
Okay, you go first, Bix, of course.
Okay, so one thing too, as far as expectations, I think we need to stress is, I think there was this sense of finally in this relief about the match going the way it should have, because, I mean, probably, not everyone in that building, but probably most of the people who had been at that last New Yorker show 3 months earlier probably were at this show and had seen just how badly off the rails the three-way with the two of them and Joe had gone,
Yeah, with the concussion and everything, yeah.
I mean, if I remember right, Joe concusses Kenta with the slap, knocked him completely unconscious. Was it Danielson who got a busted eardrum? Or was it Joe and Danielson both had busted eardrums or something? And Danielson tore his knee, and that match was a fucking disaster. Like,
Yeah.
it may be the single most disappointing match in company history.
You've rarely seen a match where, if you watch Kent in that match, he is clearly compromised for like a full length match. Like, he is not himself.
Yeah, and
You haven't
also,
seen many
like,
matches where a guy's been concussed and been that out of it for that long, I don't think.
and also just the crowd, like, realizing that he's legit out and, like, not being sure how to react and deciding the best way to deal with it was to joke about it and start chanting "Joe killed Kenta," when, like, 2 minutes after the slap, everyone collectively realized he had not gotten up or moved yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of weighed on, like, the way the crowd interfaced with the match too. And it was that, you know, the previous show in New York, these guys were in the same match together, and it was a mess. And now the other thing I wanted to add, though, as far as, like, what, you know, Dave said, and you kind of agreed with, about maybe Danielson's not guzzling him, but he takes a lot of the match. I think that's looking at it in a context of strictly ROH. I think if you look at this kind of the way we talked about earlier, like, this is ROH on the world stage, I think besides just giving him the clean win and by submission, I think to put him on Kenta's level firmly internationally, I think he had to take more of the match.
Yeah, especially considering this is, setting up a rematch in a matter of weeks, you know, I think. But, in fact, we'll go to, like, Dave's notes from.
And actually, just for one last thing, Trevor.
Yeah, of course.
Because I am not totally sure, like, actually, despite my review, that I'd give it 5 stars either, because there's a couple other matches that, like, if my memory is right, I think I like the Morishima one from the next year better. And, like, to me, like, in my memory, that's a 5-star match. And, like, I don't think this is the best Danielson match. I think it's, like, the quintessential Danielson match, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there are a couple other that I think hit me harder. Just like, I don't know, in terms of history and retrospect. And I think probably if you asked me, like, the minute I left the building that night, I would have said it's 5 stars. But I don't think that it hits that today. So I think 4 3/4 makes a lot of sense.
So,
Okay.
Go on.
I want to ask Matt something before we get to the wrap up.
Yeah.
Are these the two best back-to-back matches you've seen live?
Probably. But I think what I'd say, even more than just the quality, it's like I mentioned earlier, the tone. Like,
And the gravitas.
Yeah, the gravitas, the seriousness. Because, I mean, think about it. How many American pro wrestling shows in the past 30 years have any matches that have the gravitas of these two matches, that feel this serious, that have so little, I guess the word for be like American pro wrestling bullshit. And I know that sounds negative, but I know, like, you know, some of us, we love the American pro wrestling bullshit some of the time. But, like, just the fact that, like, these two matches both have none of it. They're both completely serious. They're both completely credible. Like you said, they have gravitas. They have almost a little bit of, like, I don't know, majesty to them, I guess you could say. They feel weighty. And there's 2 of them back to back. I don't know how many American wrestling shows in the modern era ever have 2 matches like that. Never mind just quality, but, like, tone and atmosphere. I mean, think about it. You know, WWE, you know, no matter how serious they're presenting a match, it's going to have some WWE sheen to it. There's going to be a little bit of artifice behind it. Even AEW, you know, they try to present their matches more seriously sometimes, but I can't think of an AEW world title match that has the tone that these 2 matches have, where they could feel like they could be serious matches like in Japan. I can't think of any. So I think that this show is wholly unique because of the atmosphere of those last 2 matches, in addition to the quality of them.
I think a big thing too is that Danielson injury in a way helped, because otherwise this is a very, you know, a dream match ROH had been building up for almost a year, and it's a match everyone would expect is going to be an amazing match. But that injury added, like, an anything could happen vibe to this. Like, can this be as great a match as we want it to be? Is Danielson going to win? Like, otherwise it would have been almost like we have super high expectations and it's probably just going to meet them. Now it's like, it's as good as you want it to be, and you're almost appreciative and shocked that it was because of that limitation.
Yeah. And as far as the back-to-back thing, like, yeah, I've been to other shows that have two really, really excellent matches. I mean, that SummerSlam that we were just talking about with Danielson and Cena, and then also Punk versus Lesnar. But because of the way that most American wrestling companies book their shows, they don't have them back to back. They have to have these buffers in between. There was a show in the Manhattan Mayhem 2 show in 2007. I'm curious to see how it holds up. It has what I think, in my memory, is one of my favorite ROH World Title matches I've ever seen live, which is Danielson against Morishima in Part 1. And then it follows up with what I thought was a really excellent and underrated 2 out of 3 falls match between Steen and Generico and the Briscoes. Curious to see how that holds up later on. But that would be the other one where I'd be like, okay, 2 amazing matches back to back. But yeah, no, I think that if, top of my head, this would be it.
Yeah, I think these are the 2 best back-to-back matches I've seen live. I think the only thing that comes even close, and it doesn't quite reach it because, the gravitas and everything you just talked about, would be WrestleCon Super Show in New Orleans 5 years ago, where you had Ishii and Jeff Cobb, which was a high-level Ishii match, and then that was immediately followed by Ray Phoenix and Ray Orus against Bandito and Flamita. And they had, like, your perfect, like, we are here to steal the show with a lucha match. And that, though, I would say that is the closest it came of just being like these 2 amazing blow away, high level would, get over anywhere in the world level matches back to back. But I do think this show, though, does beat that.
So yeah, going to the coverage after this match, from the Pro Wrestling Noah section of the Observer News, weeks after the show, Dave would write, the October 1st Noah TV show aired Marufuji versus McGuinness and Kenta versus Danielson from the September 16th ROH show in New York. Both matches were heavily edited, and I think this was Dave's first shot at seeing these matches based on the reactions before he got the ROH DVD. He wrote, Marufuji versus McGuinness had a lot of good moves and definitely a good finish. Kenta versus Danielson was edited to 6 minutes. The one thing about Danielson is he's not the kind of wrestler who looks best in highlight form because he's all about the long story. The thing that was impressive and kind of weird through Japanese eyes is you've got Kenta, who is really the hottest star in the company now that Kobashi isn't around. He's also challenging for the title at the end of the month, and they show him submitting in the middle of the ring to cattle mutilation. Hopefully the idea is to bring Danielson in with a big push coming off the win and trying to make the 2 of them have a long-term feud. What aired was real good, but in 6-minute form, it didn't look like a match of the year. It's good for the company to show a New York crowd going nuts for their guys, but still, the win in the middle needs to make sense from the Noah perspective. Now,
well, at least Dave has learned from, like, the 80s when he would give 5-minute clips 5 stars plus.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, obviously we'd see this is when now we get a completely different review once Dave gets the whole DVD, because he would write then, you would probably have to go back to the prime of Ric Flair to find a wrestler who worked the old-style World Championship match at the level of Bryan Danielson. What he lacks an overwhelming presence, as he's maybe 190 pounds and looks like an athletic guy at that weight and could easily pass for a college wrestler. Okay, Dave, keep going. But hardly looks like a stereotypical pro. He makes up for it with brilliantly put-together matches. Even with Flair in his prime, Flair could take you on a roller coaster ride, but you knew the ride. He was great at doing a believable match that sucked you in and worked it like he was on the verge of losing, and for near fall after near fall, you thought it was it, but it wasn't. That was the thrill. Danielson's matches are more cerebral and far less patterned. There's a lot more variety and more wrestling. Ultimately, the goals are similar. Danielson doesn't have it the moment he walks in the room, but after years of working in front of these people, they believe he's great and are ready for his style. Danielson versus Kenta is another match that you have to see in its entirety if you're going to be voting on match of the year. I won't say it's the best match overall, but it's a contender, and it is the best title match I've seen all year. A few weeks back, an edited version aired on Noah's TV show, and it was clearly a good match, and there were big pops, but Danielson's matches simply don't hold up with editing. They aren't so much spectacular as much as simply being a journey that, in the end, is an incredible journey. I'd rate this match as 4 3/4 stars. It was a better match than the Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness match from London. It was a better match than Kurt Angle versus Shawn Michaels at the 2005 WrestleMania. It was not the magic match last year, like last year's Samoa Joe versus Kenta Kobashi match. It was a different kind of crowd reaction and a different kind of match. Joe versus Kobashi was a modern, hard-hitting battle of the greatest Japanese wrestler against the greatest American wrestler. This was two guys trying to get over a story of getting the title over. If there is a fault, and the match was so good I almost hate to bring it up, is that I felt Danielson made himself the entire match, and Kenta simply came off as a hell of a good wrestler as the challenger. I can't say he made Kenta look any better than he is, which was always Flair's goal, and the goal of the NWA champions of the 70s. Then again, the priority here wasn't to make the challenger, it was to make the title. The next show, and really the next major match of the promotion, is December 23rd in the same arena, with Homicide challenging. He'll face Danielson unless Danielson's shoulder is so bad that he simply can't make it. So the priority was correct. It was more important for Danielson to make the champion and the belt stronger than to sacrifice his or his champion to make the challenger. Perhaps if the goal was to build for a rematch, the story would be different. The match was 33 minutes, 1 second, and the last few minutes built to the best singles match finish of the year. It's that Noah style where halfway through you know it's real good, but don't feel like match of the year. At 25 minutes, you know it's great, but still not match of the year. Joe versus Kobashi, you knew was match of the year, quite frankly, within 2 minutes. The go-to-sleep spot was such a big pop that you figured they had to end it within a minute or two, or they would risk overstaying their welcome. But what they did, with Danielson building from his previous match finishes, the match was timed perfectly, and the ending was close to perfection. They blended in 70s pacing, modern moves, real spots taken from both pro wrestling and MMA to build a match that took a little from everything and was super for 2006. So yeah, that was Dave's review. Clearly, I like how Dave kind of comes up with a nitpick and then decides midway through his review, it doesn't really matter. It actually doesn't apply here, which is kind of adorable. And then we go to the Torch quickly. Gabe Sapolsky tells the Torch that he believes that the Danielson versus Kenta match in Manhattan is the Ring of Honor match of the year, surpassing the Danielson McGuinness encounter in Liverpool on August 12th. Quote, I seriously think Danielson and Kenta are the top two candidates for Wrestler of the Year this year, so to have them against each other on a show this big was really something special, he says. I thought the match was the front runner for Match of the Year this year, which is saying a lot because I was sure that Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from last month in Liverpool would be Match of the Year. Danielson is going to be a legend, and we are watching that legend grow right before our eyes. It was such an incredible effort for him with his shoulder injury. It was just something to behold. Sapolsky tells the Torch he's going to be careful when using ROH World Champion Bryan Danielson in the ring as he rehabs his injured shoulder. Quote, Bryan was in a lot of pain on Sunday, so we're pretty much going show to show with what kind of matches he will have. And then Dave adds this, I want to add, there's just a funny thing at the end. Dave adds, for long term, there's a question as Danielson gutted out a long and hard-fought match with his injuries and was hurting very badly the next day. He was told to rest by his doctor and may have paid the price for deciding to work a Match of the Year caliber bout instead. Obviously, the plan was for him to defend against Homicide in December. No doubt he'll do everything in his power to be there in December, but they are going to have to hide him in tags and limit title defenses to maybe one a month, and he may have to drop it early if he needs surgery. So for those who don't know, I decided just to check on K-Chatch afterwards. Bryan, after Dave writes this, ends up working around 30 matches between now and Final Battle, including multiple FIP matches, a match against Kamala for an indie, a match against Samoa Joe for Cleveland All-Pro, and a full tour of Pro Wrestling Noah where he wrestles Kenta again. So,
he ends up averaging basically a full indie schedule.
Yeah, there are a couple Ring of Honor shows where they find ways for him to take it easy, but it is funny, at this point we were thinking, oh, he's going to be doing the bare minimum, and he works 30 matches for the rest of the year. So, yeah, he goes.
As we said earlier, it did take its toll because
yes.
It was not a bad match, but the Homicide match is not what it would have been if Danielson was close to 100%.
Yeah, he does fall apart more, throughout this match. But anyway, We end with a graphic quickly telling us that the ROH video wire is coming. And now, guys, we can get to our thoughts, except we got Dave's last thoughts too, and he kind of sums things up. Aside from the two main events, the San Martino promo and reaction, the Joe Morishima angle, and a Jim Cornette interview, excellent, although may have been too long, but he did have to do a realistic turn that was well enough thought out not to insult people. It really wasn't any different from most good shows, but those were all not just great moments, but memorable moments. In the end, the reaction to Ring of Honor is the same as it usually is. This is the product TNA should be, but isn't. They cater to their audience. They make new stars. They are second-rate in production because they have to be, but are first-rate in presentation. The angles and the structure is nothing like WWE. The champions come off as champions. I watched 3+ hours of great wrestling without a ref bump, and the only low blow was one that was sold big and a necessary part of a story as opposed to simply being an easy pop. There were no ladders, tables, and thumbtack spots in mid-card matches that are done to excess and mean nothing because they're on every
Okay,
card.
wait. I want to make sure I remember this. He's talking about the Jacobs Cabana low blow.
Yeah.
But there was a throwaway low blow in the Briscoes match that they used as a transition to get the heat. Not throwaway because they did go to the heat from it, but still, and it was behind the referee's back. They made sure it was behind the referee's back. But still, it's clear Dave forgot that spot happened.
So Dave continues, you can point to the counter. TNA draws more than Ring of Honor, but Ring of Honor also financially has survived for 4 years without bankrupting anyone, nor needing someone worth hundreds of millions to fund it because it can't survive on its own, which, as we know now.
Holy exact phrasing.
No, they lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, Gary and Rob, according to Dave Meltzer, which by the way, Dave wrote before he wrote this, so I don't know what Dave is saying about.
Well, it's okay. Wait. Let's look at the phrasing. ROH also financially has survived for 4 years without bankrupting anyone, nor needing someone worth hundreds of millions to fund it because it can't survive on its own. Now, aside from those last few words, if that's all technically true.
Yes. The caveat is Gabe was still telling people in the media and the Torch and the Observer at this time, we're self-sufficient, we pay for ourselves, where, years later, Kerry Silken will tell you on podcasts and stuff that, they were never, a money-making promotion. I think he said that the 2006 WrestleMania weekend shows were the only time they ever came out ahead after the live gate. I imagine now after DVD sales, some other shows would also be, but, they were always a company that was struggling, but in some
also it's funny. Sorry,
Kabashi made money with the DVDs, for example.
Also, it's funny that a lot of the stuff that he's praising ROH for, being nothing like WWE, kind of echoes some of the critiques people currently have of AEW in terms of if you hear him saying that, some people might be like, oh, AEW should be like this because he really does. Because you hear those critiques a lot now, and it just kind of rang a bell when I heard you read Dave's quote from way back when.
Spoiler: I did a quick peek on my feed. They added a ladder match stipulation to the tag title match for tomorrow's pay-per-view out of nowhere. So if you want to go to counters of things like that, yeah. But anyway, Dave continues. They've utilized the best wrestlers from Noah and Dragon Gate and made them effective headliners, as opposed to taking the mentality going in that they can't get over, so why try? For all of TNA's creative quote-unquote booking, nobody cares about most of its storylines. For all the talk about experience in working a crowd that the young guys don't have, TNA has never had a world title match that got the crowd even close to the level of KENTA and Danielson did, and did so using strictly wrestling and utilizing the best of different styles, not having to rely on weapons, ref bumps, interference, and blood to get the crowd going, and also in the end render the finish of the title meaningless in quest for easy pops along the way. So this was one of those things that TNA hated at the time, which happened a lot in the newsletters, which is a praise review for Ring of Honor turns into a massive knife coming for TNA. Basically, this is Ring of Honor's success is why it points to TNA's failures. And, I don't think there's anything that was wrong about what Dave said, but I can also understand why TNA why they eventually pulled their guys.
Well, remember, when they originally had their issues in 2004 coming out of the Feinstein shit, what Dave reports is yeah, that's a big part of it. And also, we end up learning in the coming weeks after that, TNA was right. They were 100% in the right. Yeah. Other than, and also the whole thing of like, oh, we're asking Carey to sign something, he's really just a silent investor. It turned out Carey was not just a silent investor. He was already the owner of the company.
Yeah.
But, so, like, TNA was 100% right to, like, ask for written assurance from everyone that Feinstein wasn't involved. But Dave mentioned at the time, there was already heat because TNA office felt, wait a second, we're using a lot of the same core talent. We're having them work with each other. Why are we not getting the praise ROH is?
And there was even resentment that guys like AJ Styles and Daniels in interviews would like give just such glowing praise for how much fun they were having in Ring of Honor, and the praise in TNA would often be a little more muted. So they were like, we're the higher profile promotion, and you're, I think they just felt like we should get deferential praise, especially from the guys that are working. And I don't know how much that plays into the exodus we'll continue to get in the timeline here, but I imagine that, yeah, there are people in TNA that were probably never happy that so often they were compared to Ring of Honor by their own wrestlers, by media, and usually it was in a negative comparison. But,
yes. And now I would say though, I think if you ask Jeff Jarrett now, I think he would say that a lot of this criticism was fair and that TNA should have emphasized their differences from WWE more.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say things when you're decades removed. It's always easier to say things.
Well, and also sober and not whatever it was then.
So I'll get your opinions. Matt, I'll throw it to you first, but first, I know I said opinions. One last thing. I got a review from some random PW Torch at the time in 2006 had something random quote from some schmuck. It said, PW Torch reader Matt Feuerstein also attended, and he writes, quote, "This was one of the best ROH shows ever. There were no bad matches, and the last 4 matches, especially the last 2, were off the charts. They really made the most of their big Manhattan Center debut. Everything just clicked perfectly." Matt, do you agree with young Matt, the Matt that had stars in his eyes, who was there?
Sort of, I agree. I think honestly, like looking at it now, where you would rank this on the spectrum of top ROH shows ever, I think probably depends on how heavily you weight the weightiness of the atmosphere. Because I do think that made the show stand out a lot from a lot of the other shows we watched. Just the tone, the seriousness, the like Meltzer said, not a lot of like silliness on the undercard other than the Cabana stuff. There were no real gimmick matches on this show. It was just mainly like straightforward wrestling with these 2 super intensely serious main events and, excellent main events. And if that atmosphere and the San Martino moment, add a lot for you, then you might say this is the best ROH show ever, at least up to this point. I think you and I, since we've both watched all these shows over the past few years, I think we could both tell, like, there are a number of shows that I think were better top to bottom wrestling shows than this. The Milestone series shows in particular, starting from like Best in the World through like Dragon Gate Challenge and Supercard of Honor and Better Than Our Best. Those are better top to bottom shows, like in terms of variety, in terms of, yes, in my opinion, crowd heat. Didn't have the top 2 matches back to back the way they do, but, Supercard of Honor had 2 incredible matches that I think probably were at least nearly as good. And, I think for a lot of people that Dragon Gate 6-man is better than any of them. So I don't think this is the best ROH show of the year. I think this is a great and interesting and unusual, unique show that, I think none of even the other Manhattan Center shows quite have this vibe, quite have this, elegance probably isn't the right word, but it kind of is the one that's coming to mind right now. I actually think Final Battle, which we'll get to, has an even hotter crowd than this does, but a totally different tone. Because it does have more of the variety and the high spot matches and stuff like that. So I'd say this is an incredibly memorable show, an incredibly important show. I do not think it is the best show of the year for ROH.
Vix, what do you think?
I think it's still the best ROH show I've been to live. I think it was, and certainly the best of the shows in New York that year. Well, obviously, based on what else I just said, but, and I think those are still the two best back-to-back matches I've seen live. Is it still the best show top to bottom I've seen live? In terms of how I felt on the night, probably. And I feel like the key stuff that I was impressed by then has largely aged very well. Just trying to think, is there anything still I'd put above it, like top to bottom? I mean, that WrestleCon Super Show I mentioned is one of the best shows I've seen live. Feel like I'm forgetting something obvious here. I mean, the New Japan parts of the MSG show is one of the best shows I've ever seen live. Although I did leave before the main event because everyone was paranoid Spring Break was going to start, on time, and not at least when I left, no one was saying the show was going to start early. I mean, it's absolutely, regardless, like, even if I can't be 100% sure, it's one of the absolute best shows I've ever seen live. The main event and the semi-main, take me to the feeling I was there in a way that very few matches do. Joe Kobashi is number one, obviously, but this, the atmosphere on this show is special. And, like you guys just said, too, Final Battle has a really special atmosphere, but in a completely different way, too. Just at this time, these New York ROH shows, especially once they moved to the Grand Ballroom, just had a vibe. And it was at the New Yorker as well, not at Basketball City for a number of reasons.
Definitely not.
But it's just an incredibly memorable show, and kind of close the loop from what I said earlier. If Joe Kobashi felt like we are getting a Kobashi Budokan main event live, this felt like, we are getting the top half, literally the top half, but effectively the top half of a genuine Noah show live. And in the context of everything we talked about earlier with changing expectations for Japanese wrestlers in the US and everything, it's just something that it's I wish I could bottle it, and watching it back now is the closest I can get to that.
So I'll just, to add, I'll just say I thought this was a great show, Matt. I agree a lot with you that, it's not the best we've seen. I do agree, I think, in the sense of, your mileage of the show will be carried not just by the final matches, but how much you kind of all the accoutrements of the show. There are a lot of little things in the show that they did to make it feel more special, whether it's the fact that's the first in the Manhattan Center, the fact that they did the whole San Martino thing, the fact that's Joe and Homicide teaming up for the first time, the fact that you're getting the first ever US GHC heavyweight title match a week after Marufuji wins it. And like we talked about, you're giving a match that really feels like what they would have given you in Japan. The fact that the Danielson shoulder injury, the dramatic stuff of that, the fact you're getting a title change where Ring of Honor was rarely giving title changes at this point. If those things don't mean a lot to you, this show probably goes down a notch if you're just looking at just from strictly, I'm just looking at the match quality. But even then, I enjoyed everything on the show. I think there's two great matches at the end. One of them that's a special match. Great show. Maybe not the absolute best, although again, I also did not see that live, but it's a show we spent 4 hours on. We don't spend 4 hours talking many shows. So, maybe that's just the influence of a man who does one of the longest wrestling podcasts that money can buy. I don't know how you and Chris do it. It is exhausting. I am going to take so many naps and recover for at least 8 years after this. But Vix, what would you like to plug? You got so many ventures over the years. What would you like to plug? We've talked about Between the Sheets. Is there anything else you'd like to plug?
I mean, are we plugging Between the Sheets more? I mean, you didn't give me a direct plug, so I think I feel like earlier you kind of suggested it's like, well, we'll get into all of it at the plug.
Oh, no, I'll plug the hell out of you. Between the Sheets, great podcast, one of the great wrestling podcasts. You got your Patreon, right? Which, I've subscribed at times there, and there are so many, it is this thing where unless you are in a madman, you will not get through what you can get in a month from a Patreon subscription to the Between Seats Patreon for $5. You will, and if you pay more, you can even be a guest on the show. You can pick what weeks they cover. Bix, what are you doing with writing lately? And what about your Twitter?
I mean, my main writing has been at /gear lately, so I haven't been doing much wrestling writing. Probably something I have something I'm working on that should be on my Substack soon. I don't know if I want to tease what it is yet, but, I did put a couple things up there lately. There was that Riddle thing I did, but also, I did do that thing where I tried to aggregate like every Western English media story I could find about like the Joshi scene over the years, and kind of took all the different lessons learned from it, because there was a lot of business info and stuff. So that, and I linked everything in it too. So, I mean, people can check that out. That's babyfacevheel.com, babyfacevsheel.com works as well. I probably should have picked a better name, or I probably should just change it to davidbix.substack.com at some point, but whatever. So there is that. I guess I should mention to everyone, because I'm behind on listening to this show, so I don't know if you've mentioned. If anyone wants to check out our past band by columns, they probably need to pull up our author profiles on the Wayback Machine.
They've taken those down.
I like 8 of mine are left. I don't know what the rhyme or reason is. For those who don't know, like, there are people in internet publishing now that for some reason believe, even though Google explicitly says this is not the case and not to do it, that if they delete a bunch of old articles, it'll help the new ones show up better in search. It's not. It doesn't. It's not the case. It's not true. For some reason, like on a non-personal level, like even more astounding to me was that CNET did this with like hundreds and thousands of articles, when like CNET, if you think about it, like what news site on the internet has consistently like kept their archives going along longer than CNET? Like, they go back to like 1995 or whatever. And now that's all messed up. But yeah, if people want to check that out, like just pull up our author pages and then put them in the Wayback Machine to actually read what we wrote. So yeah, as far as Between the Sheets, when does this come out? Just so I can
usually I put it up as soon as I can, so it could even go up tonight, honestly, or by tomorrow, I would say.
All right, so coming on the next show, we've got coming up Patron Request 98, covering Survivor Series 98 and everything around that, including Hawk falling off of the Titantron the next night on Raw. So there's that. We did some 2000 stuff recently. We've been all over the place with the weekly shows. We did, so on the, that's wherever, podcasts are found, and, the full archive and everything is, betweenthesheetspod.com. And on the patreon.com/betweenthesheets, we just did our 2-part series on Todd Gordon's book. We've got a lot of ECW and Paul Heyman and Eddie Gilbert-centric stuff that is some of the best stuff we've done. And in general, like, so the Patreon shows are deep dives on a single topic instead of being week to week. And you end up spotting things, as I think you two have learned, when you kind of aggregate weeks and months worth of newsletters together.
Yeah. Definitely.
So, we did, that's one we did recently. This month, which should be out in the next week or so, we're doing Ultimate Warrior's WCW run. What else have we done recently? We did Paul Heyman's 1993. We did Joel Goodhart, show on Joel Goodhart's TWA. Well, Joel Goodhart, period, including before he had his own promotion. We did the MECW shows, which are maybe my favorite thing we've ever done. So there's a ton of stuff up there. And yeah, especially though, if you're an ECW fan, like, that's some of our best stuff. And also like WCW sales stuff and all that. So there's a lot up there, and we've planned out a bunch of the shows in the coming months too. So definitely got some stuff to look forward to. So patreon.com/betweenthesheets. And we do have some, We do have a few of the past Patreon shows in the archives for free. We usually put it up around like Christmas week, so we should have another one coming up then as well. And, follow that on Twitter at BTSheetsPod. Follow me at David Vix. Unless I just abandon Twitter and go to Blue Sky, which
yeah. For us on Twitter, at Trevor Dame at Twitter, at Mayor MGF on Twitter, through the years at gmail.com, THROH. Next time on the show, we'll be covering Survival of the Fittest 2006, the show that killed the Cleveland town for Ring of Honor at this time. Should be fun, should be lower key than this show. Thanks again, Vic, so much. So for everyone, until next time, have a good time. Have a great time.